You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all. Never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we.
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special shout out to our corporate sponsor, Sheree Moore of SheTrucking.com. SheTrucking.com is committed to helping women and minorities establish and maintain successful careers in the transportation industry. So if you want to know how you can become the next trucker or join the transportation industry, contact SheTrucking.com. And join their free Facebook community with over 30,000 women ready to help and support you on your journey. Check them out at SheTrucking.com.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special shout out to our platinum sponsors, Eleanor and Leroy Mason from HappyAndHealthy.Global. HappyAndHealthy.Global is a health and nutrition business that educates and provides essential natural wellness products to build your health and wealth. To find out more of what they have to offer to you, go to HappyAndHealthy.Global.
Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Alula Life Greens actually started for me when I was 23 years old. I went out and bought a $400 industrial juicer, and I started juicing every single week. And I hated it. It took so much time, it cost money, and it was a process. That's when I started making the Life Greens product. It truly is the one drink that you should take every day for the rest of your life.
My name is Amy, and I absolutely love fitness. I'm a licensed cosmetologist and a professional makeup artist. Eating healthy is not the easiest thing. We get so busy in our lives, it's really hard to take the time to eat healthy and to eat right. My absolute favorite thing about this product is that they combine reds, greens, and probiotics in one mix. You put it in your water and you shake it up and voila, it's so easy and it tastes amazing. You'll feel a difference. Then you start believing that you really can change and that you can actually feel better.
Ooh, I done did a thing. What did I do? We lowered the tickets down $50 for the early bird. So go ahead and grab your ticket today for the Power Podcast at CTR Media Network.
Also provide training in our communities to different churches, schools, youth groups, anybody that we think need to be informed and aware in our community. That is what Hush No More does. And so tonight, I'm going to come and talk to you about 5 things that parents need to know about child sexual abuse. Unfortunately, Susanna is not here tonight. She was going to talk to us about exposing child sexual abuse in the Latino community, but she got real sick today. So I ask all of you to please pray for her that she gets better, and we're going to reschedule it because that is such an important topic. So I'm still going to talk about child sexual abuse, but I'm going to do it by myself today. And I just want to give parents 5 things that they can walk away with to do with their children to protect them. This is one of those conversations that all of us need to have. 90% of all child sexual abuse and molestation happens by somebody that the child already knows. It's not the stranger danger that we were taught in school. Boys. So it's the people that they know in their circle. And so that's why it's so important, right? 1 in 10 children, 1 in 10 are abused before the age of 18. So if you walk in the room and you count 10 children, 1 of them are being molested. So that is a very high number. So this is so very important. And so I just want to do something because it hurts my heart every time I talk to an adult that has been abused as a child, when they decide to hush no more and share with me such intimate topics. And then when I meet children that are struggling in school and they've been labeled, but all of it stems from child sexual abuse. So 1, this is the first thing that you can do as a parent, as a grandparent, right? As a godmother, a godfather, a dad, you can empower your children and give them a voice. How do you do this? By conversations. You talk to them. You tell them that if something happens to them, they have the power and the ability to speak up. They have the ability to say, I have a voice, I have a choice, and I choose to say no. Empower your children to be able to say no. You could teach them, I have a voice, I have a choice, and I choose to say no. When you teach your children this empowers them when they don't feel comfortable in a situation, when they're not sure how to speak up or what to say or what to respond, how to respond, right? So you got to have these conversations early. And I mean, when your children start speaking, they should be learning about using their words. And that is a way of them understanding consent and understanding boundaries. So that is so important for them to understand. You have to give them a voice. You can't tell them in this conversation, if somebody ever touches you, I'll kill them, I'll hurt them. Why can't you do this? Because children take your words literally. So they're scared to come to talk to you if you tell them that you're going to kill somebody, right? If you're going to hurt the person that is abusing them. So they're not going to come forward and talk to you. So you have to be gentle in this conversation. You have to tell them that you love them and you trust them and you believe them. The older they get, the more detail your conversation should be getting. I will tell you that our children have access to the World Wide Web. They know a lot more than what we did. They already really know what sex is. They know what kissing is. They know what touching is. Be open with your children and have that conversation and empower them. They need to know their body parts. What happens when we do investigations and children don't know what their vagina is or what their penis is, and they're using a pet name, a nickname that you've given them, it's hard for us to do an investigation, okay? So they need to know the anatomical parts, the body parts, so they can explain to us what is happening to them, what is being done to them, okay? That is so important. Number 2, respect your children's boundaries. If your children do not like being touched, if they do not like sitting in Uncle Bill laps and Auntie Susie laps, don't make them. They shouldn't have to be made to hug somebody, right? If they don't feel comfortable with this individual, don't force that individual on them. Children know how to set boundaries in their own way, but a lot of times as parents, we don't respect their boundaries. We're like, oh, go ahead on and give your aunt a hug. It might be a reason why they don't want to give their aunt a hug. And what you're teaching your children when you do that is that they don't have a choice with their body. You're taking that choice away with their body, okay? And we don't want to do that. We want to empower our children to be able to use their body. They should have a choice who touches them, who hugs them, okay? That is very important. So don't do the opposite and teach them unknowingly that they don't have a say-so about their bodies, because they do. They don't have to participate in any touching, right? And sometimes children are already being abused, so they don't want to be touched by somebody else. It's not saying that that person has done something to them, but somebody else might already be touching your children, and so they feel uncomfortable, so they don't want nobody else touching them. You should have this conversation with them afterwards, right? Have the conversation with them. It's a perfect time to talk about touching and what are boundaries and understanding that, okay? Number 3, you want to protect them. How do you protect your children? You protect them by doing pop-ups. If your children are at a school with a teacher, if they are with a babysitter, if they are at church and they're in there with the pastor, right? You have a right to pop up anytime and go see what's going on with your children. Don't be the type of parent that you pick your children up at the same time every day, right? Because abusers know your schedule. So you have to mix up your schedule. And also you protect your children by not letting everybody watch your kids. Everybody should not have access to your children. Your children are your responsibility and you love them. So when you love them, you don't give access to your children where anybody could just watch them at any time, okay? And sometimes if you're a single parent or a dual household, both of you are working, it's hard to find people to watch your kids, right? And we trust people with our children. But you have to be vigilant and make sure that you do the research, do the background checks. It is easy to go on Google and Google somebody. You don't know your neighbor, right? You don't know your neighbor. So my children were never allowed to go just to my neighbor's house and hang out over there because you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's happening in their household. So you have to protect your kids and make very wise decisions and choices about who watches your children. If you are in a relationship with somebody, you have to be careful. Try to get to know that person. I can't tell you how many children have told me that their step parents, their mom boyfriend, or their dad girlfriend touched them. Okay, that is real. Just because you're in a relationship with somebody does not mean that they don't want access to your children. Sometimes they're in a relationship with you because you have children and they want access to your kids. So remember this, and I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just telling you facts. A lot of times, step parents will touch your children. Who you are dating will touch your children. So it's our responsibility to protect them, right? And also, you should have access to your children's cell phone, email. They should not have a password that you do not know. The other day, I was asked, what about age? How old do you think this is appropriate? Until you leave my house. I need to have access to what you do. You should be checking their email. You should be checking their cell phones on those text messages, right? If you're thinking that something is going on with your children, they're deleting their social media, you can have access, right? We have programs where we can download what's going on your children's cell phones, right? We could check their social media. You should not know what's going on with your children while they're on the internet. That is the perfect opportunity for people to prey on your children. And Facebook says we're all friends. They are not your children's friends. So that's how you protect them. You don't let them get access to people, and you don't let other people get access to your children. Kids do not like when I say your parents should have access to your cell phone. You should be able to walk in a room at any time and say, give me your cell phone. Let me look at it at any time, right? And you have to stay up on their communication because these children talk totally different now. They talk in emojis. They use a whole different slang than we do. So if you don't know something, you sit in their phone, Google it. It'll come up. Google the emoji to find out what does it mean. Okay? You cannot allow your children to just be able to roam in social media land, roam on Snapchat, and they'll do Snapchat thinking that it's all deleted. But guess what? It's not, because it's on the server, right? I know you will say, not my child. The parents that says is not their child, a lot of times those are the ones that are the sneaky ones because their parents trust them, right? You did it. You were sneaky. Most majority of us all were sneaky. You may not have been. I was. So I'm not going to say all kids, but most do not tell their parents what's going on. All right. They do not tell parents what's going on. When you look in that cell phone, you could tell if there's some type of teen dating violence going on. Children are being abused that are in relationships. We see that all the time in middle school and high school. Check their cell phones, check their emails, okay? And they will start trying to get wise and start up another email, but you could track their activity on their computer, and you could put parental guidance and guides and controls on their devices, okay? On their devices. And look for apps that are not familiar to you, because they do use apps on their phone to hide information as well, right? 4, recognize grooming. Your children are not that special that people are buying them very expensive gifts, taking them on lavish trips, like they just want to take them to Walt Disney, right? They want to buy them some $200 tennis shoes. That is called grooming. What it is they're trying to build a relationship with your child, trying to get closer to them, befriend them, and build that trust so they can violate them. You have to pay attention to the people that are extremely nice to your children, that always want your kids to come over, right? That are doing these special things, always buying them candy and buying them flowers and balloons and whatever they want, right? You have to pay attention to that individual. That is not normal. That is grooming behavior. And I'm not going to say that every adult that does that it's grooming, but we have seen a pattern that this individual is super, super nice to your child. Okay, so that is grooming. Next, you have to believe your kids when they come and tell you that they're being touched. It breaks my heart when I talk to a person, a child or an adult, teenagers that say, I told my mom, I told my dad, and they didn't believe me. And they didn't do anything about it. And now what happens is you and your children got a bad relationship, because not only are your child being molested, right? And they can't trust the person that's been touching them. They can't trust you either, because you did not protect them. You did not stand up for them. You swept it up under the rug. You didn't call the police and you didn't report it. I do not understand how people can believe the abuser, the rapist, the perpetrator, right? The offender over the victim. Parents, you gotta believe your kids. You got to. It should be up to the offender, to the abuser, to the accuser to prove that they did not touch your child. Put the proof, they have to prove it. Your child should not have to prove that they have not been touched, that they were touched. Your child should not have to prove that. So believe your children. Call the police. Call the police and report it. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's your best friend. You should call the police. I don't care if it's your priest, your pastor. Call the police and let them do an investigation, because that builds trust with you and your child, right? And then they will come to you more often. They already got to get over that they've been touching the molestation. But what's even worse than that is that their parents don't believe them. Their family don't believe them. Believe your kids. When I tell you that 90% of people that are in their circle, 90% of children that have a circle, someone is abusing them in that circle, you have to believe them, okay? Believe your child. If your child has previously came to you and told you something, that somebody touched them or did something to them, go back to your child, apologize and say, I am so sorry that I did not listen to you, I did not believe you when you tried to tell me this, but I'm here now and I'm listening now. I live in South Carolina. In the state of South Carolina, there's no statute of limitations. Whatever state you're in, you have to Google that to see what the statute of limitations is. But it does not matter. Try to fix it. Go back and talk to your children. If you told your children that you would kill somebody that ever touched them, go back and fix that. Have the conversation about it. There's no guide to parenting, so we're not perfect. I know I made a lot of mistakes as parents, but I had to apologize and fix it. So fix it with your children. Don't let it go on. Okay, don't sweep it up under the rug. Don't try to protect their cousin. And I will tell you, children will also touch other children. Brothers and sisters, same thing. Cousins, nieces, nephews, families have a generation of touching each other, of molesting each other. A lot of times when we have conversations about what happened, it happened to the parents, it happened to this cousin.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, and I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow, but on the Tina Ramsey Show.
Next on the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, we have our special featured guest, Camilla Walls. She is a licensed independent long-term care administrator here in South Carolina and an author. Make sure to tune in this Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. I am so excited to have today's guest backstage, Miss Camilla Walls, because let me tell you, she is talking about a subject that's near and dear to my heart, and also the ones that falls into the special needs, but I prefer the term learning differences category because I feel personally they simply just learn differently. And she has so much experience. She is like a licensed independent long-term care administrator here in the state of South Carolina. She is also a direct support caregiver with over 30 years of experience in the human services arena. the last 20 years mainly focused on intellectually deficient, if I should say it correctly. What I really love is how she was able to take a situation and just mold it into a caterpillar, and then it birthed into a butterfly. So with that being said, let me just bring her on to the stage. Hello, Camilla. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Ramsey. Thank you for having me.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I am just, when I think about what you do, I always say it takes a special kind of person to do what you do, a certain amount of care and nurture that God put in the heart of certain people to be able to do this kind of work. And so when I think about your book, because we're going to just jump right into this, because when you think about your book, and I'm going to pop the title up on the screen, you said, "Don't call him retarded. I care for him over 20 years. Now, when I first saw that title, I was like, whoa, that title just like drew me in. And I was wondering what made you decide to not only write a book, but also make it that title.
Well, I decided to make it that title for one, because I knew it would draw people's attention to it. And in combination with that, I'm talking about my personal experience with the individuals I work with. Just over the years, you stated it at the beginning of the conversation, he just learns differently. He is very smart, and it takes time. He uses, in my opinion, some of his limitations as a mechanism of defense. But once he starts to trust you, you start to see exactly how smart he is. And so all of that, contributed to the title. Don't call him retarded. He's not retarded. I care for him. So I know. So it's filled with memories of him and I within my household. And in conjunction with that, because of things I've experienced over the years, meaning people would approach me, doctors would ask me, is he related to you? Certain things. And once they find out that he's not, it goes from that to something else. And people show interest and they want to know how they can get involved. And so I know that I'm very aware that the system is indeed overwhelmingly, if I'm saying it right, overwhelmingly in need of the help. So I was going through life writing numbers on the back of cards, ripping off pieces of paper, just depending on where I'm at while they're talking to me. It could be anywhere: shopping center, bank, the park, like I said, the doctor's office. And so I thought about it. It's kind of hard to do that. I don't know whether they're going to keep that piece of paper when they walk away from me, or they're going to be looking for it. So I said, okay, I'm going to put it in writing. So the book itself is a combination of, yes, memoirs of me and my experience in working with the intellectually disabled, but it's more than that. It strikes to the business side. So if you're an individual that's trying to look at how to get into this to help, you can get that from this read. You can.
That's powerful that you pretty much created a blueprint for those who actually, I could see it having a twofold for parents or family members or ones that that has a child or adult that is intellectually, which they would say disabled. I like to just say think differently. And then also, if you are an individual who would like to go into this field of work and to be able to help these children and young adults or grown adults, that we will have a blueprint per se with your book, because you're right. When you go into these different facilities, being a mother of a child with special needs, I really don't like that term. I prefer the term learning differences, but of course, terminology, when you're in certain rooms, you have to say it the way that is classified in order to get the help that you need for your children or adults, if you fall into that category. With that being said, I know how difficult it is, and the numbers that you find, and you forget little bits and pieces. So the fact that you took the time to put it in a book, because we're less likely to lose a book, but we will lose a piece of paper.
Yeah. I want to add something to the previous statement. Now, although the book is focused on, I'm going to state it again, it's someone reads like a memoir. It is, but it also has the business side of it merged in there to give an individual, like I stated earlier, some knowledge as to how to get started or which way to look, depending on where you're at and what's, the state, but it's in there to benefit those that feel that there's a calling for them in this arena. At the same time, outside of that audience, it also helps it can assist you in realization of the business world itself. Because in this book, I speak of whatever you do it in an ethical manner. Try to, have a character and morals concerning your service to God or the children. So that can help you if you give it some thought in any sector of business when you're serving people. You have to be intentional. So even if you have a restaurant, when you do business with these people that come in, if you want longevity, if you do business right, that will sustain you, because it's going to get out that this individual has good character. I like dealing with them. And that's going to sustain you in itself. So it's focusing on, people with different ways of learning, as well as how to get into that branch if you're interested, as well as at least food for thought in just living everyday life.
I love that. How that is a unique way to do a memoir, because usually it's just, reiterating what happened in your life from your perspective, but also you pull the business side to it so it can help in more than one way. I really love the way that you decide to do that. So what we're going to do right now is take a commercial break from our sponsors, and we will be back in a moment with the amazing Camilla Wall. See you in a moment.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on Amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Yo, right now I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mike Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
And just like that, we're back, and I come along with a friend. Her name is Camilla Wall. And before the commercial break, we was actually discussing the cognitive limitations and just speaking around why you decided to write this memoir, why you decided to make the title as such, and the question. So I heard you say, this book was also created because people had a lot of questions because you were taking care of an individual who is not your child, who is not your family member. And so they was very curious about your why. So let's talk about a little bit about that.
About my why?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to be honest with you, since it started so long ago, since it's been going on so long, in the beginning, my why was because I was home and I had two young children and I had the availability. So, as in the beginning, it was a request for like 7 days or something like that. And it went on from there. Now, I never thought about, well, maybe it was not very smart of me. I never thought about it. How long is this going to go on? It just did. Time just kept moving. So it was basically because I felt like, okay, I can do this. I have the time to do it. He needs a home. Um, and so that's pretty much, to be honest with you, when I look back now, I know that the God factor was involved, but I'm going to tell you, originally, that was not my thought. It was just, okay, I'm going to do this because they, said he's a good guy and I'm going to give it a try. However, as I look back, I know now that it had to be God. It had to be.
I would say that as well, for the simple fact that the longevity of it all. Now we're speaking not 1 year, 5 years, 7 years. We're talking 20 years of you providing the nurture, the care, your family and yourself, and actually opening your home to an individual with challenges, but you decided to look differently at the challenge. And you say, hold up, this person is very, very intelligent. You just have to figure out the way of communication. So what made you start digging deeper? Because here you are, I know personally from having experience, get this paper and you say, can you take this child or these children, right? And you can read the write-up. And so when you get the child or children or young adult, you're like, okay, what I'm going to do now, you get how many days and then it lasts longer. What made you decide to look past the paper and start seeing this person as an individual and start learning different things to help them grow? Because I'm sure that as you was going out and about and around, people noticed that this person was different. So what made that come about?
Okay, I can give you a very specific situation that occurred because originally, I think I said somewhere during our conversation that I believed, and I do believe now, that he still uses some of his cognitive limitations as a mechanism of defense. And once he begins to realize he can trust you, then those come down. So in the beginning, there were some things, I'm not going to go through every little detail, but I had a very small child at the time that wasn't even walking when me and my husband decided to step into this water. And well, when my son started to try and walk, it was just one episode. I saw him one day, my son, fall. He fell in the hallway. And I saw the individual that I work with bend over and pick him up, put him back on his feet, and walk around him. Because when my son fell, he fell in front of him. Now, the individual that I work with is legally blind. And I felt as though when I saw it, if you had been looking, and my mouth was probably open, if he had seen me standing there, I don't think he would have done that. It was only because he didn't know that I was standing there in the location that I was in. And when my son fell, he picked him up, put him back on his feet, and he walked around him and went on wherever he was going at the time. So that's when my light bulb came on. At the time, I was like, okay, it's more to him than I recognize. We're going to see how this works. And so we went forward. I still never considered all the time that has gone on, And I do know now, I recognize now, but not at the time. I wasn't going, okay, this is I wasn't doing that. But now I'm looking back and say it had to be the Father. It had to be. Yeah. So a lot of that is in the read as well.
Just seeing those small little
moments of non-communication. You know, I remember my son, he has autism, and he did not start talking until he was like 3.5, 4 years old. Okay. Mute until then. And I remember the first time he said something, it was like, whoa, you know. And so and then just watching, even though my son was nonverbal for the most, you know, during his toddler stage, he still communicated with us in different ways through eye gestures. We taught him some sign language so he can tell us when he was ready to eat, when he wanted to go potty. And the way that he showed care. Like he have an older sister, but the way that he would bring her something, or vice versa, if he sees someone smaller than him and they cry, he would rub their arm and hand them something. It was just those silent communications that was more profound than anything that he could have said, because this is a child that didn't supposed to understand. Okay. And so when you just said what he did and that he was blind and that he picked your son up, but he didn't know that you was there, you saw the inner person. And so that it's something about seeing a person in their most vulnerable moment when they don't know that you're watching, to show the character of the person. And so you saw that this person was different. Like, oh, okay, so all these other little things they're doing in order to cope, this is the true person. So I need to get to see this person more than the coping mechanism person. So what were some things that you decided that you was going to do from that moment when you saw that the light bulb went off per se, it went off? You're like, okay, this is the true person right here.
Well, you know what? It was really just live life. We just went on. If something needed to be addressed, then we had to find a way to work with it. You know, I don't want to go into different things, you know, certain things, but it was nothing that could not be. He has very good understanding. You just said it. He talks, he communicates, which I get that question still to this day. How do y'all communicate? We do. He communicates. He can let you know when he's not pleased, when he is pleased, when he's happy, you know. People just don't seem to, unless they're in it. He communicates in his, you know, you can look at him. He communicates. You'll know. He has this way of patting his feet and laughing out loud. You know, so I know he's doing just, you know, well. If he's a little quiet, then I'm like, okay, what's going on? Because he's quiet, and then I'll find out that, you know, something's going on. Somebody took a shirt or whatever the case is. But other than that, we communicate very well. But in the beginning, now it took time. It just took time.
And that's with anything, it takes time. I tell people, even if you don't have a child or an adult with that falls into the learning differences category, it's so many other ways of communication other than verbal words. And if you just remain silent for a while and watch humans, watch us, watch the way we communicate with that nonverbal communication, it speaks more volumes than sometimes what you say out of your mouth. And being that we were thrust in a situation where we had to learn to use that skill, because the average person don't have to learn how to use that skill. Okay, we can see and we experience different things because we see it, we're in it, we understand it. And I clearly understand what you're saying with that nonverbal speech and the tapping and the different little mechanisms that one would do. And you're like, oh, something going on. Oh, you know, and you can like maneuver yourself. So it's so many ways. He's communicating. He's just doing it his way.
Right.
So when you think about your book, and we talked a little bit about your target audience, but we can just talk about it a little bit more about the type. Your memoir, your book is actually geared towards helping individuals learn about ones who have learning differences and helping ones who may want to go in the field. But is it anything else that your target audience, what you say people will be looking for this book?
The target audience is just a wide genre. And the reason I say that is because I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier. I speak to certain practices that are beneficial to use in life in general. Yes, the book is geared toward some personal experiences in regards to dealing with people that learn differently. However, at the same time, within that, there is a service mechanism that I speak of. And that service mechanism is something we need to use generally, just daily, serving each other as me serving another one of God's children, just on a daily basis. And so it is a wide range. I did, say, well, this will help individuals that are interested or think they have a calling to do this type of servicing. And I did speak of some of the memories of personal experiences that I have had in working with individuals that learn differently. At the same time, it's a little book, it's a small book, 74 pages. But if you read it, I guarantee you there is some fruit in there for every individual that comes in contact with this particular read. Because I speak of the different ways that one should deal with another individual that we call God's other children. It's just certain things we should do. And I speak of it from a sense of, in part, common sense. And then the other factor is the unspoken factor, the one that sits high and looks low. He sees that. And when we intentionally put an effort into doing the right thing, whether we end up doing what is right or not, we trying. We thought it was right because we all are different, just like our fingerprints. What I think is right, you might be like, no. So, but the fact that he sees, that the Father sees it, then he's going to reward you for even putting that much effort into doing what you thought was the right thing. So I speak of it from different arenas. And I believe that this small book, for anyone that picks it up and actually reads and considers what's being said, it will benefit them. It will benefit.
I'm seeing like so many different ways in which this book can be beneficial, even if you don't want to go in this particular arena of work or this part of the industry. I can see how on a social scale, helping us and I love sociology. I love sociology, understand the way the world works and people in the world. I love things dealing with human beings, the makeup of us. So understanding this book, I could see how it even falls into sociology, helping you learn society, because this is a whole group of people. He's not the only one. This is a whole group of people that as a whole, we need to be more cognizant of what's going on. We need to be educated. We need to be resourceful, and we need to learn to use words that don't hurt this population.
Yes.
And so with all that being said, some of us, we just don't know what we just don't know. And I feel that your book will be that read that will help us be intellectually aware of what's going on, and how, if we meet an individual like this or individuals, how we can be of assistance, number one, and number two, be understanding, and number three, communicate the way that they communicate. Everybody wants to be treated
right,
a human being, treated with respect.
Right.
And so I feel that your book is teaching us how to respect and be ethical and be able to say, hey, they just learn different. And this is how we were able to do XYZ. So I think it's really, really amazing on what you're doing, and that you took the time to write it down. And with all your experience with, I know in society, they say the mentally fragile in society. And sometimes they say intellectually challenged. Whatever the case may be, it's so many different ones that falls in that category or that spectrum.
And I feel that it would be a very, very good read for anybody, because I feel like we all could pull gems from this read, at least just being self-aware, you know?
Right.
So where can we get this book so that we can be self-aware? And thank you for it.
Well, you can purchase the book at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, of course, Books A Million, anywhere pretty much where books are sold, you can get it.
Okay, you guys, as you can see, it says, don't call him retarded. I cared for him over 20 years. On the photo, just in case you guys are listening in, which I know you are, you can get it from Amazon. But also, the best thing that I would say is just simply type the title inside your search and see where it pops up at, and you decide where you want to purchase, whether it's Barnes & Noble, whether it's Amazon, wherever it is. This is a good read for you to have, and also to enlighten you on another social group, because all of us part of different social groups in society, because society have a way of categorizing us and putting us in these boxes. Putting all of us in this box just because we don't do something the same way. But anyway, I digress, because I have to feel some type of way about some kind of things. I'm like, people in all these little boxes.
I understand wholeheartedly.
We have these issues now because you put people in boxes and people want to be free. They just free thinking. They learn differently. This is the way that we do this, but we still gonna get to the finish line. We just do it a little differently, but we get to the same place. Okay, so that's gonna be a whole nother topic. So I really appreciate, like I said, you taking the time and also being so transparent about sharing your story and your journey. Another thing that I don't even know that they really realize, I've mentioned it before, but I'm gonna mention it again, that sometimes it's a normal thing for most women. If you have a child like myself that falls into that category of whatever they define as normal, quote unquote, to go over and beyond to be able to help your child or your children, to find resources, to go here and there, to find doctors and resources for your children. But it's a whole different situation when you find someone like yourself who is not blood related, who is not your biological child, or is not your biological relative, and then you decide to take the calling in order to help this individual. Now, I know you said in the beginning, you didn't even think of it like that. It's just something that kind of just happened over time. But the fact of the matter is, you said yes in the beginning, and you could have said no.
And you know what, Dr. Ramsey, I want to add one more thing. At this point, I see it. But just so whoever's listening know, you are blessed for doing it. I am very blessed for doing it. And I could go somewhere and I know what is going on with me, and why this is happening is because the Father knows things that no one else will know, you know. And I felt like, yes, I need to put it in writing. Therefore, when I leave this earth, take my wings, that book will still be here to help somebody.
You built that legacy, something that's gonna, I tell people, podcasting, books, all of those things actually outlive you. If you want to leave a permanent imprint in this world and you want to share positivity that's going to surpass your lifespan, your current generation, and beyond, put it in a book, put it on a podcast, because those things are going to be out forever. And someone, or maybe a group, or who knows, going to need your help, and they're going to stumble upon your book, your podcast, your interview, or news blast, or whatever the case may be. And it could be the breakthrough that they're looking for. So these things are not taken lightly. All these things are strategically placed for us to be able to do what we need to do, because your story is not for you. It's for the person that you're here to help, or the people that you're here to help. So thank you for what you're doing, and for being a long-term care administrator here in the state of South Carolina. We need some more in the state of South Carolina.
Hopefully we can get some more to throw their hats in the ring.
I hope so. Listen, people, if you have the desire, but you was like, I don't know, but this your answer today.
that go ahead and do it if you've been having it in your mind, nudging you. And the fact that you've been doing this for 30, you have 30 years of experience in this arena, helping and nurturing not only the clients that you have been able to help over the years, I should say the decades, but also I feel that you learned a lot about yourself during this journey too.
Yeah, I did. I'm still learning.
Yes, I agree. It's something about working with children that falls, or adults that falls in the I would say it to be grammatically correct, special needs, because that's what they say in public school. But of course, I prefer the term learning differences. But it's something about it, working with those children, working with those adults, that makes you see life through different lenses and a different perspective. It humbles you. And that's why my field of expertise in education is special needs education. All right. Working with parents and children with special needs. Even when I worked in the public school system, that's what I did. Okay. And so I come with a different perspective. Had no idea when I got out of high school and I was doing all this stuff and went a little bit for college and did all my little stuff that I did. Had no idea that years later I was going to get married, and years after that I was going to have a child, and one of my children was going to fall into the special needs. And I was already prepared because I had all these years of experience working with children that falls in different categories and spectrums from mild to severe. And so when my child came along, I was already equipped. Had no idea. And I said, God is good.
Yes, that's right.
I had no idea.
There's nobody like him.
Yeah, so I was like, wow. And so now I'm able to use those skills in order to help other parents. And like, that's why I connect with you so much, is because we don't do the same thing, but we're in the same arena. And we need all of us in our prospective positions in order to get the whole message across. So thank you for taking the time, and thank you for doing what you're doing. Thank you for putting in the book. I'm gonna purchase that book, and when I purchase, I'm gonna take a picture with it and send it to you. Because I want to read it myself. I just couldn't get it quick enough before we did the show. So thank you for everything that you're doing. So how can one stay in contact or get in contact with you? They can go purchase your book, or do you have any other place like social media that you want them to follow you on?
No, I don't really. I'm on Facebook, but I'm not really, what is it, tech savvy? I look at
Well, I appreciate you anyway, you guys.
On Facebook.
Okay, you can check her out on Facebook, and you can also go to Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, or wherever they sell books, and type in Camilla Walls. That's CAMELIAWALL up under the title. Don't call him retarded. I cared for him over 20 years. It's going to be a great read for you, and it's going to be something that even if you don't have experience, I feel that it will give you the human side of it, so that you can see for someone else's perspective. And so the next time, you just never know, you may meet someone that falls into that category, and then you'll be better able to communicate and use words that heal and not hurt. Yes. So on that note, thank you so much for coming today, from being a featured guest on the show. On that note, that's the end of the show, you guys. You can click the link in the description to be able to purchase her book. We're going to make it very easy for you to buy. We're going to put the link right up in the description. And we thank you for everything that you're doing. And let us know whatever else that you have on the plate. Keep the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast in the know, so we can let people know all about what you're doing, because we love what you're doing. Thank you. All righty then. You are most welcome. Stay backstage. I'll talk to you in a moment. You guys, wasn't that amazing? For all of you who are parents like myself, who have children that falls in the special needs, or I like to say learning differences category,
this is something that's very, very beneficial for you. I encourage all of you, even if you don't have a child that has learning differences or an adult relative or friend that falls into that category, I still encourage you to go get this book, because this is a time for us to absorb information in order to better be able to understand each other so that we can work together and be proficient, and keep in mind how other people feel at the end of the day. Being a mother of a child that has autism, I know all too well the stigma. I know all too well the words, the looks, the points. But listen, remember, they're human beings too, and certain things can hurt. This is a time of the year. This is the time for us to heal. This is a time for us to put ourselves in someone else's shoes, to understand it and see things through the lenses of their eyes, so that we can make this world a better place. With all that being said, if no one told you this today, I want you to know that the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, we got your back, and I want you to keep smiling, and I want you to know that we love you. Even if nobody else told you that, we love you, and that's why we do what we do. Check out the Homeschooling Interactive magazine, which we dig deeper into special needs, learning differences, and homeschooling, and also just education in general. That magazine is more than just about homeschooling. It's about the whole experience and family. On that note, make sure to check out her book. Again, go pick it up from Amazon. And thank you so much for tuning in on today. I will see you guys next week. Bye.
CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows? Where we're booking right now, so go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is a right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today.
CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Little did I know that this was slowly bringing me to a point that would ultimately cost me my life.
Hush topics are those topics that people do not want to talk about, that we keep secrets in our family, we keep secrets at work, and things that happen to us like sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, if you were part of sex trafficking, if you were molested as a child. Those are hush topics that rarely are talked about, but are really affecting our communities, our families, our churches. And so that's what hush topics.
I am a victim of domestic violence,
sexual assault and sexual harassment,
sex trafficking and crimes against women, children, and the elderly.
Sexual assault for child sex abuse.
Sexual harassment. Every single person on this earth has a story, but not everybody have the courage to speak it.
My name is Alicia Harris.
Sheila Renee Bailey.
Brandy Richard.
Joyce Reed.
Yvonne Pierre.
Keith Phillips.
Ursula Kelly.
Linda Skolnitsky.
Chandra Cleveland.
I am Kathy Butler.
My name is Richard Butler.
Children are people too. Show them the good inside of you. Give them praise for tasks they do. See their light as it shines through the light which comes from inside of you. Children need all we desire so much. the love, the hug, the kiss, the tender touch. The attitudes we express to them are the messages they learn to send. From examples like you and me, our children grow to be what they see. Do you show hatred, indifference, or love? Do you yell and scream no matter what, in spite of? Have you shared kind words with your child today? Have you truly listened to what they had to say? Or did you just ignore and continue on your way, hoping they get the message and go somewhere and play? Children are an extension of all that we are, and the most valued God-given gift by far. There are so many things they must grow to understand. We must guide and lead them with loving outstretched hands. Teach and treat children as people too. See their light shine bright through the light which comes from inside of you.
Hello and welcome to Melanated Homeschooling Families Podcast, a safe place for melanated families and homeschoolers, business owners, and overcomers to come together to connect, communicate, support, and introduce you to some amazing melanated families from all over the world that homeschool and more. I'm your co-host, Simone Knopfel from Hardy and Free, and today we're going to talk about family alignment with my husband and life partner, Jack Knopfel. This is going to be a very special show here, chatting together to kick off this podcast series. We will discuss what living in alignment as a family unit means and offer a few practical tips on how to do just that. Our guest today is Jack Knopfel. He is a retired Army officer with a passion for teaching leadership development to young men and women. He is going to share with us his experience of being the leader of his family who lives in alignment with his true purpose while doing so. So let's jump right in. Welcome, Jack. I'm so glad to have you here for this first episode, and thank you for joining us. So why don't you give the audience a quick introduction?
All right, thank you for having me. My name is Jack. I am Simone's husband. I currently am a stay-at-home dad. I just retired from the U.S. Army back in July. So now, with the topic of discussion today of being aligned with our family, it's super important for me to take care of Destin at home while Simone is currently working on entrepreneurial activities and family business.
Acceptance, that was what the word is. Acceptance is so key to everything that we're doing in life, and especially for this topic of family alignment. to be on the same page with every individual in the family unit. I think in order to find that acceptance, the first step is to really be clear on our values. And so, each family is going to be different and unique for each family unit and even for each individual in that unit. But to really get clear on our values, I think is a really powerful tool for acceptance and to move forward as we grow and transition, transform together. And so when we think about values, we can kind of switch gears and talk about, family values. What would you say to the audience listening in? Like, how could you sit down with your partner or even your children to really be clear on your values? What would be your advice there?
Well, I think first values come from our upbringing and the morals that we were bestowed from our own families and friends growing up. So as we get older, it's easier to write that stuff down, write those values down. What are our values? What do we stand for? What are our principles as a family, as a unit? And then discuss them with your spouse or loved one, your partner, and then bring it to the family as a whole and say, hey, here's what we really stand for. Can we add more values to our family? And I think since our son's only 2, values aren't really something that he's grasping onto yet. But give another year, he's going to totally understand values. And I think that's going to be the time where we definitely sit down and we say, hey, here's what our family values are. This is how we live day in and day out. So is there anything else you think we can add to our plate? And how do we continue these values and make them who we are forever?
Yeah, I think that's really beautiful, because I think a lot of listeners might have young children, might be thinking, how do we teach our children what our family values are? And I think, some things don't necessarily need to be a contrived teaching opportunity, like just living your life and living in your values. So like living in that alignment will be the lesson in itself for our children. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to, especially for our little ones, we don't need to have like a family meeting where we teach them like this is what it is. It's kind of like what you mentioned is when they get to a certain age, yes, that'd be so perfect. However, for younger like toddlers and below, just living and being the living example, living and breathing example for our children. So, if our family values are communication, right? We want to make sure that when we are overwhelmed or when we're stressed, something happens, that they see us being able to effectively communicate with one another. So things like that, where we are just, teaching them through example. And I think that's pretty just clear cut across the board for anything when it comes to children and how they learn, is that, they're not going to do as we say, they're going to do as we do. And so if we're acting and behaving in ways that are aligned with our family values, then they're going to see that and they're going to also imitate that.
Yeah, and I think also additionally is that the values will just naturally be there for them because we are living it day in and day out. And I think the discussion of it is just important just so they can learn the word values, that people should have values. People should have principles that they stand for, what they live for, and they can change over time. 100%. These aren't in stone or anything. It's an ebb and flow of life. Your values will be different from here in America to if you're living in China somewhere where it's a totally different world, and you're going to be like, wow, I do still have these same values, but I actually can't even have the same characteristics because it's not able to in China or whatever, if that makes sense. So
yeah, kind of like giving, I think we had this theme a few months ago. For me, it was like, giving ourselves the permission to change our minds. Like actually both of us together, like, we uprooted our family and we moved to Costa Rica soon after Jack retired, and we got there and we thought we were going to be there indefinitely long term, at least a year. And within the first week, we realized that it was not the case. And so, kind of just getting out of that conditioning of thinking, oh, you said you're going to do something, you have to do it. It's like, actually, we can change our minds and we can allow ourselves to do that by showing ourselves grace and compassion, in the journey. And so if you have, like Jack was saying, if you have values that, you had your values and you maybe made a list in 2020, well, now 2 years later, or even 5 years from now, it's like those things can change, and give yourself permission to change those things.
Absolutely. And that's more I was leaning towards Costa Rica. I just didn't know if we were going to talk about it. But yeah, Costa Rica, you could just see in simple stuff like our diet. That's a big value in our house is like, hey, we value the way we eat, our diet, and letting Destin understand that diet is super important. Taking care of this body is super important, and adding only positive things into the body is super important. So when we moved to Costa Rica, a lot of the things that we have in America, they don't have there. So our values towards food kind of changed because we said, all right, we're going to allow ourselves to have dairy inside of this food, even though it's small portions. We normally don't have it. We're going to allow it because we are in a different place that doesn't have what we need or what we would normally go off of in America. And,
Yeah.
and there we changed it and we allowed it. We accepted it right then and there. And we didn't even think about it as a family. And when we came back to America, we went right back to actually how we wanted it to be.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point of giving yourself some wiggle room, because that was I think really hard for me, just even in the realm of like being in alignment as a family, like because that is such a core value for us, our health, and just our the saying of food is medicine, that we really value that. And so, when I made that pasta and the sauce had like one of the ingredients was some cream that had milk in it, like it just disturbed me. But to be able to live in alignment as a family, I needed to shake that really quick. And so, yeah, you're right. We did a pretty quick turnaround on like, okay, reevaluating the things that we needed to give some wiggle room. And I think back to like the communication pieces, when you are the the foundation of your family as parents and caregivers, you have to be in cahoots together and kind of really securing that communication to know that if things are going to change, we still have to be on the same page with that change.
And the change, I think, has to always be positive still. So it's not like a 2-year-old, like our son, is going to understand, oh, we switched foods. He's going to know some of his favorite foods are not available, but overall, he's not going to know, like, hey, there's dairy in this food, right? Because he's 2 years old. He's not going to look at the ingredients. So to stay in alignment, we communicate, we make sure that we're on the same page. We're picking the healthier versions that we can find in that location. And then he just gets to reap the benefits and being in line with us, because we kind of did it up and down the family alignment or family tree or whatever you want to call it, and made sure that we were all on the same page. So it is very important.
So then let's give some like raw juiciness of what it's like when we may not agree on either values or, activities, anything like that.
And this does happen for sure. And no family's perfect. And the most important part is definitely communication, because there's things that I like that Simone does not like, things that I'll eat that she won't eat. And we talk about that. I kind of do my own thing. She does her own thing. But when it comes then to our son, we've communicated that, hey, we're on the same page no matter what. So when we get to our son, he doesn't even see any of that. He doesn't know that mom and dad actually don't agree on a certain topic or anything like that. He just knows that, hey, we're all in agreement that we're having a great meal, or we're doing this activity or that. And he never sees it. So we kind of keep those boundaries a little bit, so he doesn't have to witness what kind of communication or argument we could be having, which is not much, but it's still the important part is having the communication, that conversation, the harder conversations, like, hey, I don't like that you're going to drink beer tonight when you haven't drank in a month, or I don't like that you're going to eat this that has dairy in it, or go do that when it's not benefiting the family, So to me, it's, yeah, as long as our son sees that we're all on the same page and we've worked it out before we got to him, I think we're good. And if we make that argument in front of him, then he could be confused, and that can alter his perspective. And that could also, then he could be like, oh, I don't know which one I want, because dad's saying go this way, mom's saying go this way, and that's not fair to him. So I think as a unit, as a family, it's a team, right? So you have to talk it out, work things out, get on the same page, and then bring them to the table. It's not, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think you brought up a good point of like having certain discussions away from our children, or like not within hearing distance with our children, because you know, especially with our younger kids who might not understand, you know, as they get older, teenagers, they're going to understand that parents have their differences and that they don't have to always agree. But what you mentioned with like younger children, you know, our son is a toddler, so having those discrepancies between our like ideologies or what our desires are for certain things, to have it, you know, be drastically different can be very confusing. I even think about my upbringing and how my mom was Southern Baptist and my dad was not very religious at all. And so like even that confusion. And so it's like certain things, you know, to be able to show our children either A, that we are in alignment, and even though, you know, dad does one thing and mom does another thing, this is what we're going to do it all together. Like that's a great way to look at it. Or, you know, just having those experiences where they can tap into both sides. And so, you know, saying like, okay, on you know, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we're gonna have mom's meal, mom's preferred meal, or Tuesday and Thursday, we're gonna have our cheat day and be able to have gluten or whatever it is for your family. And so, yeah, what would you say is a practical tip if two parents are listening to this podcast right now and they're thinking, wow, like we have some work to do. How can we get on the same page? What would be like your 2 tips for them?
I would say number 1 for sure, sit down, get a notepad out, both of you, write the notes, write down what you're feeling, what your disagreements are, what your agreements are, and where you want to be. What's your future? What path do you want to be on to better your family, to better your team, right? And start from there. So I think number 1, communication, and over communication for that fact. 2 is implementing that. You can't just have the conversation and it goes nowhere, because a lot of people will have the conversation and emotionally they feel better, right? So it's like, oh, that feels good. I got it off my chest. But then they go and do nothing. They just go right back to who they were instead of implementing what they said was going to be the changes. So it has to be have the conversation, implement the changes. So talk, action.
Yeah.
2 big ones.
I like that. And coming from my world of behavior analysis and habit formation, I can plug in there a little bit about how to actually make those committed actions, because we have your values and, you know, now we have the desire to take the next step. However, like, how do we do that? And how do we make lasting change? And for me, and in my opinion, and with my educational background, I can really say that putting it in writing or putting it in your planner, or having an alarm system, something like that, where you can have like a family shared calendar. We tried that for a little bit. It worked for us for chores, things like that, where we can have like a set schedule on, okay, today is going to be the day that we start, or tomorrow is going to be the day that we start implementing these new changes in our family, and like having it where it's accessible for everyone to see, so that it's not just on one person's plate, and that everybody can hold the weight for this change that's happening. And then making sure that you know, with that one sit down, maybe you need to schedule in like a weekly sit down to see how you guys are doing, evaluate like, you know, what's been going on, and really get it going from there. But like number 1 tip to, I think, elongating that committed action, or we could say like long-term committed action, would be to put it in your calendar, put it an alarm, set an alarm, whether it's, you know, as a family unit, maybe a new change is going to be like no screen time after a certain time. So you put an alarm in, that alarm goes off, and you give, you know, the warning to the kids that, okay, screens are going off, and you just, you know, together work on it in that way.
And I think it's also okay to, as you said, let everyone see it. So write it down, have it on the refrigerator. We do that often, on the mirrors, somewhere where we can all see it. And our son right now can't read, of course, but as he's older, we'll still have these same habits. So we will still be putting positive quotes or whatever changes we want in the family right in front of our face, so we don't forget. It's kind of like a extra net of accountability. We have each other, but let's be honest, when we get busy and the day's going on, it's sometimes hard to hold each other accountable. So if that thing's in your face on the refrigerator and you go back, you're like, oh man, I totally forgot to do this. And now you could rewind and be like, all right, next time I can definitely remember. And, you know, those little times that you miss and you remember, it actually helps you the next time not forget and actually create that habit positively.
Yeah, I like that. And, you know, I like the idea of creating that habit, even if your children might not be able to read it or something, or even maybe comprehend it, but to be able to cultivate these habits early on, especially either like before you even have children or right as they're young, so that it's easier when they become, more active and rowdy. You're like, okay, you already have those foundational things for your family in place at an early age for your children, so that when they're 6, 7, 8 years old, they already are rooted in those values.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Destin, he'll be able to see we're making changes in the family or we're going to do something new, and we have a post on the fridge, and he's already going to be like, Dad, go to the fridge and read, because that's how he is. And he'll understand that at 4 or 5 years old, maybe even less, at 3 years old. He'll understand that we go to the fridge to hold ourselves accountable. That's our second part of accountability. And that's going to become a habit that he has forever. That's going to be something that is him.
Yeah.
Without even thinking. He's just naturally going to have this order in his life and hold himself accountable without others needing to be there either.
Yeah, I like that. And so, kind of to wrap it up, I kind of wanted to talk about external factors that can influence our family alignment. And when I say external factors, I mean things that are other than just the people within the unit. And so, when I think about external factors that influence family alignment, of course, with my passion and love of eco-psychology and nature, that's what comes up. Is so, how does our environment or, the planet that we're living on affect our family alignment? And I know we can tap into like the lunar cycles a little bit. We can even tap into the seasonal changes, and like, how do you see our family, like us, the Nofels, how does our family alignment change as the seasons change, whether it's, from summer to fall to winter, all those things? How does our family alignment change?
Well, we just had daylight savings, so we see a change right now. Destin wakes up an hour earlier. He says, I'm waking at the same time. I don't care what the outside world's doing. My internal clock is this. So we adjust accordingly. We have no choice. He woke up an hour earlier, so we're up even earlier, and we start the day. So for us, it's not sleeping in and then waking up slowly. It's more of a, when he wakes up early, it's more, all right, he's up early. It's time to go and take him with our workout. So we don't stop our habits of working out or our habits that are positive that start our mornings and our entire day for a win. We take him with us. And so when the season change, now he gets to go on those little workouts with us, well, with Mom, with Simone. And yeah, so that's one big change right there. Just overnight, that kind of happens, right? And so you have that. But then if you talk about seasons, if it's snowing or cold, everything has to slow down. You can't be in the same pace. You can't wait 5 minutes to leave because you're wearing summer clothes. Now you're bundling up and you have to think about all the extra stuff that you have to bring. So I think in the winter, it's nice that our life slows down. And it's kind of like, all right, let's prepare for this before we actually do it. And in the summer, it's more of like, hey, let's go. We can wing it. We can wing it. He can be naked all week here because he's a toddler. So yeah, I mean, that's two big ones right there.
Yeah, I think it's important, like, especially as we're coming up here in the winter season, people are going to be listening to this and are in the busy season of, holiday shopping, holiday season, whether or not you celebrate. It's like you could still feel the energetics across the planet. It's like a lot of cultures across the globe celebrate big events at the end of the year. And so, like I said, whether or not you're actually involved or participating in these traditions, you're still going to feel it on an energetic level. And so, kind of like what Jack was mentioning, is just like, this is the time of year, especially in the Northern Hemisphere, where you could really slow down. And slow down can mean maybe lengthening the time that you have your mindfulness practice, whether it's just you guys going on, a walk in the morning, and maybe instead of going right out there first thing in the morning, you're taking time to have some tea together, to talk about your day, and just really slowing down and taking more moments of stillness and just like really digging deep into how do we slow down and why do we have resistance to slow down. Let's talk about that. Have you ever felt resistance to slowing down?
Yeah, of course. The military is a go, right? And it kind of gets ingrained in you, and not only in the military, but also in society itself. You have so much oxytocin and dopamine releases available from our phones when you wake up to our phones when we go to sleep, the TV that's going on, computers that are going, everything's just happening. Lights are on everywhere. There's energy always around us. So I feel like the human race is always on go, 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 go. And I think that's also a big reason why our family takes a break always to go into nature, reconnect with ourselves, recenter our family, recenter ourselves, and really have that connection of nature and us. And when you get in nature, you realize, wow, everything's going slow. They're not worried. Nature's not worried about what's going on Instagram, Twitter, whatever social platform you're using. It's just there. It is. And I think the new wave coming in with some people is that we are finding that path back to nature, finding our roots and slowing down when it is important to, because it's okay to go, 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 but definitely it's more important to take that time intentionally to slow down. Well, whether it be in a chapel where you either go to church or nature, which is also your church, either way, it's very important. Yeah.
Yeah, that is reminding me of this quote that I heard. I'm probably gonna mess up a little bit, but something like, you should spend 30 minutes in nature every day. Unless you're busy, then you should spend an hour.
Yeah,
It's so true. It's just like kind of like you said, it's great. It's okay to be productive, and it's okay to have all these actions and do all these things, but it's also more important to slow down.
Yeah, there's a similar quote for meditation. It's like, if you meditate 5 minutes a day and you're having a really busy day, then you should meditate 30 minutes a day.
Yeah.
Similar thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's great because a lot of studies in the last 5 to 10 years that have been coming out about meditation, about mindfulness, and how it actually affects our bodies on a physiological level. And what it's been shown is that meditation, breath work, and nature exposure, they all have similar effects in the brain, and that effect is directly impacting our nervous system. So what it does is it slows down our heart rate, it slows down our breathing, these things that really determine whether or not we're in a stress fight or flight state, or if we're in a rest and digest state. And so when we can tap into meditation or nature exposure, whether it's just going on a walk or just literally sitting outside on your porch, those things are happening within your body. Your cortisol levels are lowering, which is your stress hormone, and you're being able to tap into your parasympathetic nervous system, which is how our body truly heals. And when we are healing on that physiological level out in nature, it really can impact the way we relate to everybody else around us. And so if we are in overwhelm, or if we have chronic stress in our life, the easier it'll be to be irritable, less patient, and these things all affect our family. And but yeah, just getting out into nature, whether it's just for 10 minutes or for an hour, I think it's really impactful. So that's a huge part for us as our family unit, to get out in nature, like Jack was saying, every day, whether it's separately at our in our own times or together.
And what we talk about sometimes is like, all right, we just ate a meal. Let's not just sit at the TV. Let's go for a walk. And that's something we've been implementing, I think, more and more, especially when we got to Costa Rica. We had no car, so it was really no excuse. Let's go out there and go to the playground, go somewhere, but we're always walking. So we naturally were just in nature because we were walking. And you can be in your neighborhood by houses, but there's trees around, there's flower bushes, there's grass. So there's nature everywhere. Because a lot of people ask, oh, I don't live by a trail. I don't live by anywhere where nature really is. No, nature's everywhere. So that's the fun part of it. You can have plants in your house, right? There's nature. Find a spot in your house and put extra plants and just sit there. The plants are going to do the work.
Yep, I love that. And that's like another topic we can dive into another time, is like nature exposure and how to do that practically with our busy schedules. So wow, this has been an amazing discussion, and thank you again for your time, honey. And I'm excited to see the impact that this has and, just continue to share our story and share the things that we're passionate about.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Look forward to coming back.
CTRmedianetwork.com sponsors Melanated Homeschooling Show and Podcast. CTR Media Network is a marketing and podcasting network that reaches 350 million global listeners in over 40 countries. CTR Media Network specializes in helping entrepreneurs and podcasters grow and maximize their visibility. In addition, CTR Media Network provides access to impactful positive media and content designed to help you walk into your purpose while positively impacting the world with good. Go to ctrmedianetwork.com today to learn more.
Thank you so much, CTR Media Network, Dr. Tina Ramsey, along with the staff of CTR Media Network and all of the podcasters that have programs featured on CTR Media Network. I'm Kim Jacobs, the host of The Kim Jacobs Show, and we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. It is such an honor and a privilege to be able to be associated with Dr. Tina Ramsey and her program with CTR Media Network. They go over and beyond the call of duty and do exceptionally well when it comes to the podcasters. I'm saying things that are like, ooh, mind-blowing. They are exceeding our expectations, and I cannot be more grateful and more thankful. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for all of your professionalism, your consideration, going the extra mile to make sure that your podcasters have what we need to be able to have a thriving program and to get exposed to over 350 million households, 46 countries. I am excited to be a part of CTR Media Network, and I don't take it for granted. Thank you, Dr. Tina Ramsey, for all that you do. God bless you.
Hello, and great evening. All aboard the Education Station. Here with me, we got a fun, exciting topic for today for my business owners. Yes, you, my entrepreneurs out there in the world. I want to talk to you guys about budgeting and bookkeeping today. So first off, let me introduce myself. My name is LaShawn Carter. I am the owner of the Education Station and Tiny Tigers Learning Center. And I appreciate you for joining our live today. Just quickly put your name in the chat and where you're from, so that way we make sure that we acknowledge you today on our live as well. So today I have my very own, my favorite bookkeeper, my best friend, I can say my best friend, my friend. She has been rocking with Tiny Tigers and the Education Station since I want to say 2017, 2018. Miss Tori Robertson. She is a great asset to the Tiny Tigers Learning Center. The whole Carter family have been blessing us with getting our finances straight. So I'll introduce her, and if you got any questions about any bookkeeping, anything that you want her to ask while we're here live, please put them in the chat. Let us know. Hey, Miss Tori. Can you hear me?
Hey, how are you?
I am on fire. Y'all I went natural today. I was like, look, I'm doing the natural thing today. I'm not even gonna put no wig on it. I'm just doing it natural. But I am fabulous on this rainy Sunday. Is it raining out there?
Oh, yes, and cold.
I see you got your vision board up, honey.
Yes, for the past 2 years. I have both of them up, which I was able to purchase through the EduStation online. I was able to get the whole vision board kit, and I was grateful that I was able to attend this the one live. Was it last week?
Oh, it felt like it was last week. I missed y'all already, but it was week before last.
Right, so I was able to be there in person for that one.
Hey, Miss Carla. Yes, I've been bragging about Miss Tori for so long, and I don't like sharing people that are really close to me. I'll be like, no, because when I need them, I want to talk to them, So first, I'm gonna kick it off first, Miss Tori, talking about budgeting, because I really want them to learn first the first few steps of budgeting. So real quick, again, I'm a daycare owner. I own and operate Tiny Tigers Learning Center. And the year, my first year of not really budgeting my books correctly. When I first started in new entrepreneurs, and y'all excuse me, I'm gonna take my chain off because I got so many of these bees on. They started lacking and I can't hear myself. But I started operating my business in 2017. And so I got my first check from the state of Tennessee, right? Operating for kids. You know, they pay you for the children. I ain't know what to do with that type of money. So I'm just out here spending. I knowing I got to pay payroll, knowing I got to pay bills. And so I was like, I got to get real serious about my bills. So I started getting to paying my bills. Then I got behind. I'm very transparent. I got behind. And about 20, I want to say me and Miss Tori, we met in what, 2017, 2018. I want to say 2018. Me and her,
I think it's
Wife Talk Ministry. And I had just got hit with some devastating news about some payroll taxes. See, we entrepreneurs, those business owners that do payroll, and we don't keep up with our payroll taxes and don't pay attention to see if they're paid on time or not, you know. They sent me a letter and said, hey, we can no longer do your payroll. So I was like, Miss Tori, now we always talked on a wife talk, you know, just talking like just wife talk, not business talk. And she was like, well, you know, I'm an account specialist. Like I do bookkeeping, CPA and stuff. I said, no, I did not know that. She was like, well, send me over your documents. Send me over your bank statements. Send me over this. And I was embarrassed, y'all. I was like, this lady's not for to look at my bank statements and see that I ain't got no money in that account. She is not. But to sit here and embarrass me, my pride. That was my whole thing. My pride was my biggest thing. And I was like, but I needed help. My budgeting was all out of whack. I was spending money on unnecessary things. I wasn't saving money into a savings account for a rainy day. And then I got hit with payroll taxes from the IRS. So they wanted $14,000. What was it? $14,558 and some change, Miss Tori. On top of workers' comp, on top of, I still had to pay payroll for my staff. So that's a lot of, I know, right? Business owners and the ones that's not business owners that's watching my page that you are looking to become a business owner. I need you to get you a glass of whatever you like to drink, sit back and enjoy this ride right here, this train ride you finna go on, this journey of how to budget and getting you a great bookkeeper to keep up with your books. So first of all, Ms. Tori, when you think of bookkeeping, what is the first thing that come to you that a business owner should know?
The first thing I'll ask them, when you get your bank statements, what are you doing with it? Every month, are you just leaving it in an envelope? Are you to make sure it's the same thing? Are you balancing it? Are you reconciling it? Because even if you know, your personal best each month should be reconciled. So your business is the same way. Are you reconciling? Are you making sure that the money that that the bank statement says that is actually correct? You know, we use accounting software. So the accounting software that, you know, I use with all my, you know, basically all my clients have QuickBooks Online. So my thing is, I check the bank statements against what QuickBooks says is there. Did everything come over? Does it balance? If I look at that number in QuickBooks, is it the same on your bank statement? If not, that means I got to go in there and add some transactions or do something. But are you looking and paying attention? You know, are you just spending money any kind of way? And that's another thing. Are you commingling your funds? Look at that. Are you commingling your funds? So are you taking all your business funds to pay for everything in your house instead of keeping everything separate? And those are the things that can get you in trouble. If you start commingling your funds. You should always have your personal account and your business account should be separate. So therefore, you should be
Hold on,
able
run
to take
that back
money out of
again.
your
Wait a
business
minute,
account
Miss
to put in
Tori.
your personal.
You went too fast. You went too fast, Miss Tori. Somebody didn't catch that. You should have what? Your business and what separated?
And personal bank accounts separated.
Mm.
So it's nothing wrong with taking money out of your business and your personal to pay for things, because that's you the owner. But it should not be that I see a date night or floor seat tickets to a basketball game or things like that. What does that have to
But
do
I
with your
took the
business?
team. I took the
I mean,
team.
It's like, come on now. So,
Which
and you
is
should be able to pay yourself a decent thing, though. You should be able to pay yourself a decent, somewhat salary, so that you're not just keep dipping into the business and you see all these transactions that says owners pay and personal expense, owners pay and personal expense, owners pay. It's like, okay, did you pay yourself? Are you not paying yourself enough? So those are the kind of things that I start looking at. But I do like the idea of budgeting. Once you have your books in order, even with okay, let's talk about this. Your profit and loss statement. Some people don't even know what a profit and loss statement is. Your profit and loss statement is your income minus your expenses to give you either a net income, which money that you have left, you have left over for the month, net loss that you lost that month, or even you can do it for the whole year. Now, there is a budget you still can do, because when you look at that, you can spend this much a month for my rent. I spend this much a month, month for my utilities, my phone. So you start getting an idea. As far as income, if you have clients, that they pay the same thing each month, then you already know what kind of income you're getting each month. So these are the ways you can start budgeting to see, how you could put money into a savings account. If you need to pay yourself a little more, and just go from there. So these are the kind of things I look at, just to go back through. And I also, I have people that they have had other bookkeepers do their books, and categorization is everything. How do you categorize your transactions? I mean, some people, you just got to get someone that know what they're doing, period. Because I've had to look at, right, because I've had someone that had someone just putting people's names and amounts in that wasn't even on a bank statement, just so that they'd balance without really doing the right thing. So you just want to make sure that you do the right thing at all times. And that profit and loss statement for your business owner, that's where your Schedule C comes into play. You get it for your taxes. So you need that profit and loss statement to be correct for your taxes.
But we're going to go with the
taxes
budgeting piece first, because they got to get the budgeting piece first before you even start getting into the bookkeeping. I was over here taking some notes. Look, y'all, I'm over here. I got my notepad. I don't know about y'all, but I got my notepad. But first of all, I want to make sure that y'all are sharing this on your page, on your social media as well, because you might got some friends that's looking for some business tips, some budgeting tips, some bookkeeping tips that can help them at this moment. Everybody right now is either looking for a good CPA, a good bookkeeper, or looking for some way of how can they start getting their budgeting and finances right. We have seen a lot of business owners operate in businesses and they're not paying themselves. They don't understand where all their money is going. I know I have talked to and worked with a few clients myself that I have helped, and they don't understand like a P&L sheet. They don't understand. So we got to bag them up a little bit, Miss Tori. So I'm going to go from what I use. This is my this from last year, and I still got more receipts and documents I got to put in here. So working with Miss Tori and Miss Donna and training myself, I had to train my mindset first that, hey, this is Tiny Tiger's money. This ain't LaShawn Carter's money. LaShawn Carter got to get a paycheck. I had to train myself like any little cash that came in, that's a deposit that goes inside the business account. So I started using this binder system. Excuse me, y'all, I had took the cover off because I had to use it. But I started using this binder system for my budgeting. And I created these little sheets. It's a little worksheet in the inside of it that basically helps me stay on track each month. Each month I'm staying on track. This is a new sheet, but each month I'm staying on track of what I'm spending. And that's how I was able to really work with Miss Tori. I can talk to her and say, oh, this is what we're doing. This is how Tiny Tiger's looking. We had 10 loans, but 9 of them was some bad loans decisions that I made. And I was like, Miss Tori, there's no way I'm gonna get out of this. And she was like, she looked at my bank statements and said, oh, I'm helping you out of this. And we actually, hey, Miss Kathy, we actually sat down and she came to Chattanooga. She ain't from here, y'all. She ain't from Chattanooga. She came to Chattanooga and was like, I got to see you in first face to face because I want you to know that I'm really going to help you get out this hole. And so when people be like, oh, she thinks she all that, and I am, but I had to go through some things in my finances to really get serious about my business and personal. Because one thing about being a business owner, not having a lack of finances can weigh you down. It can make you feel like your business is like you in your business and you're not doing enough. So I say, one, start creating you a plan and creating you a budgeting. Get you a budget system. If it's a planner, if it's a notebook, and you write down your budget. You ain't got to go get the crafty dafty old worksheets and everything else. You know what you spend in your business. You know what you allocate, what money is coming in. So when you get ready to sit down with that bookkeeper and they like, okay, well, give me a breakdown of everything, because they're going to ask you the same thing I'm telling you to go on and create. Miss Tori sat down and asked me, how much is your gas bill? How much is this a week? How much is that a week? How much is this? I was like, okay, woman, wait a minute. Lord, the light bill change every other week. The gas bill change every day. Like stuff was, I started looking like, dang, am I bringing more money in? How can I increase my money to match to where I can pay all my bills? And Miss Tori sat down and actually did a budget sheet with me and said, hey, you need to increase your rates. Hey, you when the last time you looked at how much you was charging per kid? How much is your food program to my daycare owners? Like actually sitting down and calculating that into your budget. Oh, you didn't know you can pay yourself if you're serving food in the food program, you can get a portion of that check. No, I didn't know that, Miss Tori. Yes, you can, because you're serving food. Oh, so I can get paid? Yes. And it was all me sitting down with Miss Tori, I created the binder, sitting down with Miss Tori and keeping up with every bill that came through. I made a section where I had debt free. And Miss Tori sitting there smiling because she know I'm telling y'all the truth. I had a section in here that said I will become debt free in 2020. That's what they said. The top that how you had these little tabs. That's what mine said. 2020, I would be debt free. And I had every loan I owe, everybody I owe, from the lawyers to anybody I owe. I had them sitting right here in the front. And I say, Miss Tori, do we got enough money to allocate to pay this bill off? She was like, let's look at the budget. And that's the importance of having a relationship with your bookkeeper. Mm-hmm. Having a great relationship to where they know for a fact, hey, you don't have the money to go to Disney with your family. You don't have money to go do this, and this. Oh, you need to remodel your business. You need to buy a second location. Let's look at your budget. So my first budget tip will tell you to plan first. Plan and create what your budget want to look like for 2023. If you're saying you want $50,000 in the savings account, and right now you're sitting at $20, how are you going to get there? How are you really going to get there? Anybody texting me, I can't look at my text messages, look at the same time. Look, how are you going to get there if you don't even know how your budget is working right now? My second tip with y'all is tracking your spending. So I got these yellow envelopes from the Dollar Tree. And on the yellow envelopes, I have April of 2022. 2020, 2022, because this is my last year binder. And I have all my receipts. Hey, Tanya, all my receipts is inside this binder. All of them. So if Miss Tori was to call me, this is our conversations. Hey, LaShawn, what did you buy at such and such? Miss Tori, I don't have my black binder with me. Why are you calling me? I'd be like, wait till I'm sitting in front of my binders before you ask me that. So I go home, look at my binder. I'm like, okay, I spent this money on this, and this. Oh, okay. I see, and I love feeding my staff. She'll tell you, my staff eat good. And she'll be like, okay, y'all did a staff outing at Jefferson's or somewhere. I'm like, yes, ma'am, we did a staff outing and we did this. And she's like, okay, great. That's a business write-off. Okay, good. Put on the top of the receipt, business write-off, supplies. So you see, I have two different envelopes. I have one for my supplies and one for where I'm doing like other expenses in my business. And then I have all my bills, and then I have a budget sheet. And I love color paper. Everything I do it like on a color paper. So that way I know that month was yellow. Yellow month was April, or I want to say, yeah, this was April. So when she asked me, when we have our CFO meeting, I have a CFO meeting with my bookkeeper and my CPA, both, and they go in. LaShawn Carter, do you not know how much you spent in office supplies? What is it that you getting fixed? What is it that you doing? I'm like, okay, I'm breaking this down. I'm trying to get, so I have to write it down. All that I'm doing, Aflac, healthcare, everything I'm telling them that I'm doing. So now they can do a goal. Now my bookkeeper, my CPA, my bookkeeper both work hand in hand. And guess what they're doing? They setting me up a goal for Tiny Tigers in the education station. The only way I was able to, and I'm telling y'all the truth, this is me being transparent right here. The only way I was able to open up the education station was because Tiny Tigers was able to stand on its own. Because I have a great bookkeeper. I have somebody that's sitting there that's actually looking at my numbers like, okay, you can run with it. Before I make a business decision, guess who I'm calling? My bookkeeper. Hey, I'm looking at this property. I'm looking at this. What you think? He got to go. He got to expect this, the money amount that I want to make. We sitting there calculating the money, how much money going to come in. I'm not going to make a move before I talk to my bookkeeper, because this is the person that can see my numbers. Then I'm calling my CPA, who is my CFO over the whole company. I'm looking at her. Hey, what do you think Tiny Tigers? How you think Tiny Tigers is good? Right now, we're looking on the education station. Now we're working on getting the education station, a whole big franchise. So how we can get that set up? By properly budgeting, by properly keeping receipts. Because if you don't have the money in the account and your bookkeeper is sitting there looking at you like, you just buying buildings, buying cars, buying stuff just to say you doing something, just to say you a business owner. That's not cute. Because when you become bankrupt and don't have no money, your bookkeeper still want to be paid. Your payroll taxes still got to be paid. It got to make sense. The purchases that you're making got to make sense. Am I lying? If you got any questions about this.
But the good thing I like about what you're saying about that notebook, because you always call that's like your other Bible, basically. Because if I call you real quick, I call her anytime, or I'm texting her and I'm like, what's this amount on this date? And that's what she normally has that on her everywhere she goes. But if I catch her one time without it, she's like, Miss Tori, come on now. You would ask me now, but I know she got the information. I don't have to, she's not the one that got to sit back and think and try to figure it out. It's like, oh, let me see. What did I do? No, she has it all written down.
Yep. And pulling your bank
statement easier.
Uh-oh. I'm coming in. You coming in too. My bad. Go ahead, Miss Tori.
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying,
that just makes it easier.
Why is it lagging like that? Hold on, Miss Tori. It's probably my end. Let me see. Okay, now I can hear you.
Oh, okay. You can hear me now?
Yep. It just said low bandwidth. I think it's my end. They probably start playing the game over here. I'm sorry,
Okay.
y'all. But also pulling your bank statements. That was something I had to get in the habit of, because Miss Tori will tell you, I'd be like, you got the account, you go in there and pull them off. I'm not, but it helped our communication level. When she's asked me for stuff, because I get frustrated real fast when she start asking me 50 million questions. I'm like, Miss Tori, I don't know. So I started, before she'll ask me, I started going into my own bank account the 1st through the 15th of every month, and I'm looking at the transaction. I even got to the point to where I'm putting it on my cell phones, to where all three, well, I got 2 devices with me today, but all 3 of them, I say, okay, you want what day? I started going down on my calendar saying, okay, that day I went to, let me look at my calendar, because sometimes we can't carry all this around. We can't.
Mm-hmm.
What you got to say, Miss Tori?
Oh, I just, that right there, the way that you're showing how to do budgeting, that's awesome. Like I said, because at any time, say if the IRS come, we have a profit and loss statements, but show us proof. You can give it to them, say, here you go.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to always have everything in one place.
And buying highlighters. I tell anybody that work with me, coaching with me and stuff, and they want to learn about budgeting, and we in the finance, I say, where's your highlighters? I need a green highlighter. I need a yellow highlighter. I need an orange highlighter. I need these colors, specific colors, because we're gonna play highlighting. And I'm gonna show you, like in mine, I highlight my bank statements. Everything on here is highlighted. It's highlighted. And I have it that way because I know Miss Tori gonna ask me, what was that transaction that went out? So I have a different color for everything that went out, everything that came in, my deposits for what came in. And I write on the bank statement now, so that way when I'm talking to Miss Tori or talking to Miss Donna, I'm like, hey, y'all ain't gonna catch me slipping. I be prepared. And I had to, that was a mindset thing. I had to shift my mindset to being comfortable with having somebody actually coming in and helping me. Because again, let's take it way back. I grew up in, I know pretty much of us grew up in a household where we didn't talk about budgeting. We didn't talk about finances. We just knew our parents paid the bills. You had lights, water, and your rent was paid. You came into a house, that was it. So now when I'm talking to my kids, when I had a conversation of budgeting of how, okay, you got $40. Now my daughter real smart. She know how to leave her purse at home, and she know how to just wait on everybody else's pocketbook. So, but my son, on the other hand, he'd be like, hey, I got a couple of dollars I can spare for lunch this week. He know how to budget now. He knows how to, that's the conversation we having in the household is, hey, this is how you budget for what you really want. This is how you start saving money. You want that nice car, you want this, you save money. Ain't no sense of going out here, everybody want a business loan. How are you going to pay that back if you ain't even got the money in your account now?
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to do that? So my other tips for you guys are, remember, every month will be different. So not necessarily like my January, I know sometimes, and I can only speak for myself as a business owner, when I start the year out in January, I know sometimes I start purchasing things, getting things set up. Besides this January, because I had a plan. I had already sat down in December and wrote down all my purchases I was going to be making, what maintenance stuff I need to be doing for the education station and Tiny Tigers. I literally sat down and made a whole plan on my 7-day cruise that I was on. I said, oh, they might think, yeah, I'm relaxing, but I'm making a plan in my head. When I get back, I'm finna make sure that all this is taken care of. And I have that plan to where I'm giving it to Miss Tori, my CFO people, my Miss Donna Neal, my W-2s, all my parent stuff, all that stuff is taken care of. I'm done for the year. My year was set. I was good. I can go on a 7-day cruise. Heck, if I wanted to go on another 7-day cruise, I was good to do it because everything was taken care of in my business. So when January hit, everybody knew their position. My maintenance man knew, hey, okay, I need to work on this stuff at this place. I was able to, get another stream of income in January? Was that January that I got the stream of income?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, it might have been towards was it the end of December?
You know, I can't keep
I
up
don't know.
some
Let me
days.
tell you how LaShawn, I don't know. That's what I'm gonna say. LaShawn will come and say, "Hey, I got another stream of income." Yeah, okay. How many does that make, Miss Tori? I don't remember. Let me count.
Hey, I just have
That's
to
how
make
our
sure that
conversations go.
I just gotta make sure everybody's taken care of. If an opportunity come up, you know I'm gonna have a conversation with you. Be like, hey, what you think about this? Give me a contract. Give me something in writing so we can make sure this is a sealed deal. Cause I don't want to mess up nothing that you done put for Tiny Tigers Learning Center. We ain't gonna put nothing on there just yet, but just make sure that you know your months will be different. Your February might not look like your January, but it's all about how you're planning right now. If you're sitting right now in front of your computer and you ain't took not a bit on your cell phone and you laying in your bed because you like it's Sunday and I'm preparing myself. Excuse me, y'all. I'm preparing myself for the week. I'm not gonna move. Then you're wrong. That's why your month is the way it is, because you're not sitting there taking notes where somebody who's actually been through a whole little struggle, got herself straightened out, giving you excellent tips on how to get to start managing your money, budgeting yourself. You can't keep saying I'm living paycheck to paycheck. Even if you're not a business owner, you can still take these same tips and apply it to yourself. You can start making sure that, hey, I need a bookkeeper. You ain't got to be in business to have a bookkeeper. Do they need to be in business to have a bookkeeper, Miss Tori?
No, that's why I said your personal accounts and everything still need to be reconciled every month. You still need to have yourself on a budget and a plan. What's your goals for the first quarter? What was your goal for the month? What was your goal for the quarter? What's your goal for 2023? What is it that you would like to see in your account? What is it that you like to see in your savings account?
Mm-hmm.
So if someone tell you, no, don't you go spend that $20 somewhere, put it in your savings, how are you going to take that? Your feelings might be hurt, but hey, in the long run, that $20 you out. Because right now you're looking at eggs being $7-something for some eggs.
We're not gonna talk about these eggs. Look, I ain't never get no food stamps.
Some people they ain't got no concern about it.
I've been paying so much for bread, water,
you know, you
light.
But you know, but if you budgeted for it, you already know. But if you budget it, you good. There's no concern. It's like, I got the money.
So I got a question for my
that's
audience.
Just it. We just have to put it that way.
Real quick,
go ahead. I gotta hear this one.
So real quick, how many of y'all have a budget, a personal grocery budget? Like every month, and you can put in the comments if you're watching it later, or what if you're on YouTube and you catching me later. Hey y'all, hey. But how many of you have a personal grocery budget and you have seen that personal grocery budget increase significantly? Tanya says she do. Miss Kathy says she do. So we all have seen that. I've like literally, I order from Walmart. I get my groceries delivered from Walmart, and we basically eat about the same food because Tuesday is Buffalo Wild Wings for us in the house. So that's the only day I'm not cooking no way, but that's the only day Mr. Carter not cooking. So we basically eat about the same food. And I was like, hey, how did it actually go up another $100 when we eating the same thing? So now I'm looking at my budget a little different from like when I get my hair done. And this is on a personal tip, how I budget myself. So I take my monthly calendar, and I don't have my book with me. That is bad because I thought I had it with me. I take my monthly calendar and I schedule out every 2 weeks when I'm getting my hair done, when I'm getting my nails done. And then I have to, now that I'm doing a lot of traveling and doing a lot of speaking engagements, I have to sometimes add that if you are a speaker or you going to go speak, you got to add that into your fees because that's a maintenance to me. You know, I gotta make sure I have my wardrobe stylist. So now I gotta pay my wardrobe stylist to go out to go find me an outfit. On top of I gotta get my hair done, my nails done. So I started budgeting. She said that's expensive. Yeah, it is expensive. So I started budgeting myself a little bit more. I can only talk about myself. So I was telling my daughter is a picky eater. She just loves hamburger helper. That's her favorite food, really, y'all. And I have my moments where I just want to eat ramen noodles. I can eat ramen noodles all day long. You know, richest person in America, and I still eat ramen noodles. Something about ramen noodles I like some days. And so I'm like, even the ramen noodles don't went up. I don't even want ramen noodles no more. They don't went up. So I'm like, how did my bill go from we was paying about $2 something to where now it's about $340, $330. It's almost like, look, we gotta find a way. I'm about to call my mama and ask her what was them rest of them ingredients to give me some tips on how to stretch my food. What time you say I use Kroger's apps? We don't have that store here. We got Food High. We got Food City. It is called Food High in Publix.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
That's high.
Okay. That's like a Sam's order of 2 items. You go to Sam's, you walk in, you're paying $148, and you only got 2 items. That's a Sam's item. But seriously, on another note, when you making your budget, stick to it. Give yourself 90 days. I challenge you 90 days to stick with your budget. Stick with it. I don't know if my pastor is on. He's another financial coach I work with as well. And he gave us an assignment when our first assignment was, if anybody know me, I used to drink Coca-Colas like back to back. I had a habit. I would drink 6 of them things, and I didn't know how bad it was hurting my business, not only my business, but my health. But he told us to save every receipt that you purchased, like stuff that you was buying throughout. And I noticed I was buying a whole lot of Coca-Colas and Red Bulls, to where I started saving only $50 out of my check. And that's all that was just for my expenses for a drink, my 2 drinks. And I got to the point I was like, I don't even want a Coca-Cola no more, because it was literally too expensive. It was killing my budget. I was spending, I can't tell y'all the dollar amount because I'm too embarrassed to say it, but it was a lot of money. To where now, if I see a Coca-Cola, I don't drink them. I don't drink Coca-Colas now. I'm still stuck on my Red Bulls, but I don't drink the Coca-Colas. But I started noticing my budget changed when I started drinking the Coca-Colas. When I didn't want it anymore. So now I got a bad habit of drinking the Red Bulls. Now I'm trying to cut the Red Bulls out and drink the water. So that way I can see my budget better. But I noticed that was cutting into like a lot of other problems with your budget. Because we can go on and on with the budget, but this will help with your mental as well when you're doing a budget sheet. Because now you taking everything that was in here, all the bills and all the stress, and you putting it on paper, and you really looking at the paper like, oh my God, Miss Tori, I got all these bills. I got the water, the sewer, the lights, and everything else. Then I started setting up my bills on auto payment. That was the best thing to save my life. Even though it's been out there. But how many of us just be like, I'm going to pay that bill next week. I'm going to pay that bill the week after next. So I started paying my lowest bills in the beginning of the month. My rent, I started paying my rent 6 months ahead of time in my business. What did I not, Miss Tori? I was like, nope, we're going to take this money. We're going to pay the rent up for 6 months. Then I paid up for another 6 months. I had money in the account where I was saving to pay up for the next 6 months. And then all I was doing was using my business credit, which we're going to have a class on that a little bit later about business credit. But I started sticking with the schedule of how I was making my payments. If any of my staff is on, they'll tell you Tuesday is bill day. Everybody set up on a Tuesday. I even got Miss Tori set up on a Tuesday. I say, Miss Tori, check your account. It's Tuesday. Now, sometimes I might pay on a Thursday. She be like, oh, okay. All right, I got a little extra check. Yeah, you got a little extra. There you go. Thank you so very much. But I stuck with that schedule. And that schedule has helped me grow. I was able to do 6 figures. Me and Miss Donna, the CPA, CFO meeting that we just had, she was like, within, I think she told me within 2 months or 3 months, I was at 6 figures. And it didn't change me as a person. I didn't know. I was like, oh, I was, okay, I'm just running Tiny Tigers in the education station as normal. She was like, no, because you stuck with a budget. You stuck with what you was only supposed to do with that money. When the state of Tennessee decided not to pay us 1 month, I was stressing. Was I not, Miss Tori? I was stressing. I was like, I'm calling everybody.
You were.
To see they're gonna pay me my money. And I did. I sent out emails, I sent out some stuff, and I was like, they pay me my money. But I had forgot I had a money mutual account. It was like, hey, you got money over here. I was like, oh, I can pay my staff and I can still wait on the state of Tennessee to pay me. And I know some business owner right now is like, I don't have that same option. Yes, you do. You do. Stop trying to go out here and live like the Joneses and live according to your budget, not everybody else's.
Exactly.
Stop trying to go up there and go afford a car that you know you can't afford. Get something that you can afford that's gonna get you to your business and be able to drive more success. And then when you create that vision board, you create that vision board and put that car on that vision board and put how you're gonna get to that car by budgeting. By budgeting. You want that house? Stop going out there and paying for houses that you can't afford. I hate when people be like, yeah, it's easy for you, Miss Carter, because you got a husband and this is that. That don't mean nothing.
Don't mean nothing. Nothing at all.
I'm just one person in the household. Don't sell your style sword to somebody else. I got a 16-year-old that can eat everybody out of the house. 12-year-old right behind it. That don't mean that my hustle, it's my hustle. It's how bad do I want it? I want it bad. I done been to the bottom. I done seen the negative bank account. To the point to where I'm telling y'all, I was scared to look at my Bank of America account. I used to be like, nope. You know how they used to send you the email like your account is in the negative. To the point to where it was just normal for me. I was just normal. I was like, to where my attitude was bad in my business because of my budget, my finances. My relationship with my spouse and my kids was bad because of my budget, because of my finance. Because if you ain't got no money, you mad at everybody. I talked to a business owner yesterday, texting me, and they was like, well, I can't afford to go do no coaching programs and do all this. And I said, you don't really want your business. Because see, if you really want a business and you got a business and you really believe in it, you're an invest into a coach that'll get you to that next level. You're investing to somebody that I'm going to invest into the best bookkeeper that's going to help me with my numbers. Because they see where they want me to go. They see the goal that they want me to be at. So stick to the plan. Everybody created goals and vision boards. I don't see so many people doing vision boards so much. But how are you sticking to the schedule? Do you have a schedule to complete those things on that vision board? Do you have a goal to how to get to 50K? Or you just put that cute little sign on the board and thought it was just cute that you just put some numbers up there? My next tip is track your progress. By me and Miss Tori being on this live and talking to you guys, because we're not going to be on here long. But talking to you guys, I just listening to my self-talk, I'm very proud of me. Very proud of me. And I know I got family and friends that just don't understand when they don't see me or don't, it's not me being snobbish or anything else. It's me putting in that work because I know the goal I have for myself, and me just sitting down and being there eating with somebody else. I gotta move. I got plans. It's things that I gotta get accomplished. And it's been many times that I could have been sitting around a table somewhere else and just hee and ha ha. But in my head, I'm thinking, how can I make that next million? How can I make that next? How can I get to that next dollar amount to pay this debt off? I wouldn't have paid nine loans off in 1 year without Miss Tori, without Miss Donna, without my financial advisor as well, without my husband sitting there and actually believing in me and saying, hey, you can do this. You got some people that was motivating me, that was pushing me. Hey, Miss Ann, that was pushing me, saying you can do this. To where we started setting up goals for the education station, did we not? I was like, I'm done with curriculum boxes. I told Miss Tori, I'm done with curriculum boxes. I ain't doing this no more. And she was like, nah, we got to figure something out. We got to figure something out. I was like, I'm done. I don't know. And I had a sport that a family member came into my life and was like, no, this is what they need. This is what they need. And she don't fire me back up again like a little firecracker. So guess what? Now the education station is on the budget. Now they got a whole plan. Now we sticking to a schedule. Now we looking at, okay, now we can franchise this. We can do this. Franchising was never in my vocabulary. But I'm very proud of me that I didn't give up when I seen a negative $189 in my account. 100, not 108, 100,000, $89 and some change. I'm laughing at it now, but it wasn't funny when I was on the phone crying to Miss Tori.
It wasn't funny. But though I'm proud of you too, because see, I was on the phone with you late at night while you was doing DoorDash and doing stuff, trying to still make money. I mean, I'll be like, what you doing? So it was never you sat back and just waited. You were like, I'm out here, I got to make some money, Miss Tori. So I would sit on the phone with you while you making deliveries at night. And to know that you actually, like I said, you stuck to it. Because when you had that with your account, you couldn't see it, but I had to show you how to see it. I had to give you the steps on what to take. Because when I said you were going to be out of debt, you like, you sure? You're going to be out of debt. So you need someone that's going to work with you, that can speak over your life and life into you. Because some people will just say, oh yeah, I got your books, but are they really checking behind you? Yes, I get people that are mad at me because they're checking your books. I'm like, excuse me, what's this for? I'm gonna have people mad at me, but that's what I'm here for. Make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do as well, because this is what you came to me for. Now I've known where accountants have stolen money from business owners because business owners didn't pay attention and was just doing whatever. They didn't even notice money was missing. And that's why I taught you how to sit down on things, because I wanted you to know for yourself. So this is how I am with everyone. Yeah. You're going to get mad at me. I know LaShawn had a little attitude every now and then, but hey.
Tori was not my friend on the 15th of every month.
But I helped her to reach that goal. And like I said, I was there every step of the way, because I knew that I knew who she was to be. And that's why I'm proud of her. Your whole personality and everything. It's like you have now seen who God made you to be, your purpose. And that's what has been a blessing and being there in the growth. So, and that's how, yeah.
And that's why I say they be like, who is your bookkeeper? I ain't telling your name. I ain't saying nothing because I got to keep the person for me. But I be like, I say, Miss Tori, I say, and that's how we work so good together. Like she'll just, a thought will come across my mind. I'll be like, hey, Miss Tori, and then she'd be like, okay, LaShawn, okay. And I know for you finna get 15 new clients. And then I'll stop. I'll be like, but then you won't have time to talk to me. You gonna be at wait a minute, you gonna get too busy for me. But I was like, in that moment, again, God placed people at that right moment, because we was literally just sisters for Wife Talk. She was supposed to be my admin. I was over the Chattanooga district for Wife Talk. And I had no idea what I was doing in that organization. Somebody just said, we need a region director for or something for Chattanooga. And Miss Tori was like, oh, I'm in Georgia, but I'll still help you. And they want to see Miss Tori stuff up there again. And I was like, okay, so we getting on the phone one day. She came down here for, I think it was for my birthday. And we went to Singing and Winging, and I met this lady. I was like, this lady drove all the way down here.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, okay. And I was hurt from a lot of other things, from staffing, from it was a lot of stuff going on in my business. And it was more like God was positioning her to be like, hey, you finna help this lady. This lady gonna help you as well. So I need you to sit right here beside her for this moment. And I remember calling her, and I was just crying and crying. And I was just like, how can they do this to me? How can this payroll company just shut down my payroll? Lie? And she just was like, well, LaShawn, call this person. Well, call that person. Okay, set up this. My CPA died. My CPA, I was struggling. And I told Miss Tori, I said, we got to find us somebody that can do our taxes for Tiny Tigers and stuff. I said, I don't know what's going on. She was like, it's coming. It's coming, LaShawn. Don't worry. It's coming. And I was like, well, they need to come on, because it's coming towards the end of the year and I ain't got no CPA yet. And I need somebody to do my taxes. And she was like, well, your records are clean. I done cleaned up I knew how to work QuickBooks, but working with Miss Tori and she teaching you how to do the QuickBooks as a business owner, man, I didn't know QuickBooks had payroll. She showed me that. She showed me how to do the payroll in QuickBooks. I was like, oh, okay. She took the time and showed me how to categorize everything in there. Expenses, how to do all of this. She was like, no. I remember one night we were staying up on the phone because QuickBooks done doubled our accounts. All our accounts had doubled. She was like, LaShawn, look at this. And I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at, Miss Tori, but okay. And she was like, she was deleting this, but she was training me. Because just in case something was to happen to her, I knew how to pick up from that spot. If something was ever to happen to Miss Tori, it wouldn't stop, because LaShawn Carter knows how to go in there and pick up from where she left off. Just like I tell my CPA now, I'd be like, no, Miss Tori didn't do that. Miss Tori is very good. She's very good. She ain't going nowhere. And she'd be like, oh, okay. Well, she did this and that. Nope. That was my mistake. I told her to categorize that over there because I thought that was an educational expense. I don't know. I ain't no bookkeeper, And so I call Miss Tori and say, hey, we got to categorize this to this. We got to do this to this. But it's the relationship that you have with the person that's handling your money. 2022, you should have met with your bookkeeper and said, hey, this is where I see my business going in 2023. And when 2023 came in, if you're not meeting with your bookkeeper at least that in that month, something wrong. I'm sorry. Why can't you afford to pay to meet with your bookkeeper till you get to the ground that you want to, till you get to the level you want to be at? And you ain't got, even if I get to that ground, Miss Tori, I'm still going to call you regardless. Sometimes I just call you and just like, Miss Tori, what you doing? But I'm just going to have that relationship with my CFO and my book. I'm going to have it. I'm going to have that meeting. I'm gonna have Miss Donna come on one day to talk to y'all about a CFO meeting, what that really means. Because I know I keep saying CFO meetings, but a CFO meeting for me is totally that's where I can come to Miss Tori and be like, hey, when she see me doing this, she know it's up, it is up, it is up. I'd be like, Miss Tori, let me tell you what I just seen, to where I'm like, okay, we got our business credit on the rise. Like personal credit is on the rise. I wouldn't have seen none of this if it had not been for me to invest into a bookkeeper. Everybody that got a QuickBooks, press 1. If you have a QuickBooks account, press 1. I want to see something, because my thing is a lot of business owners don't even use QuickBooks. And that's really your best friend, to be honest. All right, LaShawn said she got a QuickBook. The reason why I'm asking this is because QuickBooks is literally it's mobile. It's mobile now. It's on your phones. You can download QuickBook on your phone. So if Miss Tori was your bookkeeper and she asked you a question, you can go right in QuickBooks with her on the phone. Sometimes me and her done did this on the phone. Well, I'm in the car line picking up my kids. I call it Car Line Chronicles. I'd be like, Miss Tori, what you doing? I'm working in your QuickBooks. You got, oh Lord. Call me. I want to be saying, call me back later. But I know once we on the phone and we're talking about QuickBooks, it's over. But she'll say, okay, they did this in QuickBooks. Hold on, they did this in QuickBooks. You got to have somebody that is knowledgeable with the software that you are using. That would be my other business budget tip. Have somebody that is knowledgeable with the software that you are using. Another thing, before I put Miss Tori on and let her finish us out, is make sure that you hire somebody that knows your profession. If they don't know anything about childcare, because I'm a childcare person, so they don't know anything about childcare, you don't know what my expenses is going to be occurring. You don't know, I might have to pay for wipes. I might have to pay for a parent formula. I might have to go buy some diapers one day. So you looking at it like, why is you buying this? That CPA or the bookkeeper that you use, like, oh, this is just supplies. This is just supplies. But you talking to Miss Tori, she make it look at totally different. The way she words everything. Yeah, I'll be like, is this really my QuickBooks account? I wouldn't say some of the words that's on here. What? But it's the way when I go to a bank now to get qualified for a loan, that's a whole different conversation, Miss Tori. But they don't understand the PPP loan that we got and the whole thing that we got. It was off of what? QuickBooks alone, the P&L sheets, and how everything looked.
Yep.
How transactions looked. Like, I was a cash girl when I met Miss Tori. I was paying everything out of cash. She's like, use that card, use that card. Every time I would walk into the store, it was like Miss Tori was behind my back. Like, you better use that card. Okay, I'm gonna use the card today, Miss Tori. But seriously, I started swiping the card for every transaction. And I had one, we just had applied for a commercial loan. We was going for a commercial loan. It was like, man, whoever does your bookkeeping do a hell of a job. And I said, oh yeah, you can thank Miss Tori for that, because I don't even know what this. I do Miss Tori like this. Help be on speakerphone, mute. He asking me about this category. What is this category that you done created? So she'll be like, oh, that is such and such for your subsidized pay. I'm like, why you just didn't say state payments? But it's the way she words it, the way she has everything in there, and it's accurate numbers. Like every month they was looking, it was like, yeah, you're well qualified. You're well qualified. You can get this loan. You can get this money, all because how my bookkeeper have everything set up. All right, Miss Tori, I want you to close us out with some bookkeeping tips. Also, let them know how many clients. Are you looking for some new clients? Are you getting ready for what you got going on?
Okay, so right now it's end of the year, still getting ready. First of the year, so I'm closing out the end of the year, so everyone can start getting everything ready for their taxes, and then moving forward, I just getting things together. I am accepting new clients, so that's just email me. You can give me a call on my business line. And we can set up a time where we can, discuss what's your needs. And when LaShawn asked if you use QuickBooks, put a 1. If you're not using any accounting software, how are you keeping your books accurate? So when it's for tax time, how are you making sure that everything is accurate and that you're getting all the deductions that you need for your taxes? So that was my other thought. But yeah, so. And if you can't, if you missed the information on me, you can always get in touch with LaShawn. LaShawn will give you my information. Yes, you will.
So, okay. She said, Francis got a question for you, Miss Tori.
Okay.
Can you see it on the screen?
Yeah, I see. Okay, so QuickBooks Online, and I do believe it's Essentials.
Yes. Do anybody
Not the
else have any
self-employment
questions?
one.
You said not the who?
Not the self-employment one. The self-employment one is not for what, no. It has to be the QuickBooks Essential. I think right now they're running a special at $27.50 for 3 months. Yeah, and that's the one.
Hopefully, Miss Francis, that answers your question. My other question when it came to bookkeeping, how often do you think should somebody keep a bookkeeper on year round, or should they have them for just periodically throughout the year? I just gonna call you in April when my taxes due.
No, because guess what? I have to go back from the beginning of the year to put together. So if it's done monthly, everything is done. So you always need a bookkeeper on hand because they're gonna watch you as you make your goals. They're gonna see where your spending is every month, help you keep with your budget every month. So if you just get someone at close to the end of the year, you're gonna have them go all the way back to January to get you back on track, and you're not gonna know how much money you really spent.
Wow.
Or if you made any money.
So are you doing free consultations, any, thing of that nature for them to be able to reach out to you?
Yes, if they email me and I set a time for them, I'll do a free 15 to 30-minute consultation so I can see what they are and what their needs are, and how far back they need to go and things like that, so I can get them caught up.
Yes. We went far as back as 2016, I think, with me, because I started well, actually 2015. Yeah, we had to go all the way back. The IRS don't play, baby. The IRS do not play. That was one thing I did want to address to you guys, especially business owners that have not yet setting up the articles, haven't set to structure your business just yet. You haven't, went and got your EIN number and everything else, but you're doing business, you're operating right now. Let me tell you something. Stop what you're doing. Go get your LLC, get all your papers set up, get your whole business set up, and get you a bookkeeper. Don't wait till the last minute when the IRS send that paper in the mail, because they gonna send it. Oh, it's coming. They gonna realize that you're doing a business, and then if you put on that IRS, I think I put on there that I started operating in 2014 or something like that. It was like, okay, well, we're gonna go all the way. I said, no, 2015. They were like, well, we're gonna go back 2015. So be careful when you're doing your paperwork. If you're not sure, you can get a bookkeeper to help you with your paperwork. That's what they'll help you with that. They're gonna make sure, hey, okay, you're not your sales tax, your franchise taxes, and all that other stuff. They're gonna make sure that you're paying it and getting that taken care of. That's what need to be set in your budget as well. If that's not set in your budget, then you have, what I'm saying, it's to the point to where when April come and you start saying, oh, I owe all this money back, why I owe all this, then you mad at your CPL, the person that filed your taxes, because you feel like they should have found more for you. It ain't their fault. You should have been looking at it yourself. You should have your 941 forms. You should be looking at your 940 forms if you got all this, and calling the IRS to ask them, putting some money to the side and paying the IRS. That's one thing I loved about Miss Tori go ahead. I got somebody calling.
Oh, I was gonna say one more thing. Anyone that does EIN, it is free.
Say it
through
again.
IRS.gov. Your EIN is free through IRS.gov. Do not pay for EIN. It is free.
It's who?
And she know why I keep stressing it is free.
It's free, y'all. Seriously. It's free. But I say that because I kept saying, Miss Tori, it's telling me to pay $300. She said, you ain't paying nothing. Go back out that website. And I was so glad to have her there that moment, because I would have paid $300, just got it over with and went on by my business. And who knows where that $300 is going to, you know? And so I was like, well, that's how the IRS website must be fraudulent. You know how you go to the IRS website and it sends you somewhere else. So thank God for my bookkeeper. But real quick before I wrap it up, I also want to tell y'all about the education station. We got our Black History box right now. They are ready to go out. Y'all, I'm sitting in my living room, my arts and craft room, and I just told Miss Tori, I said, I'll show them a picture of my warehouse. I got a whole warehouse over here. These gotta go. So we're coming on this week talking to you guys about the Black History Month boxes. We also have them. We got them for the sizes of 8, 2, and if you just want a single box, you can reach us to get just a single box, and that just be for one child. So we got it for 2 kids, 1 child, 8, a classroom size of 8. If you want to add more on there, we do have it where you can add more on there on our website. This is our Black History boxes. We have upgraded our Black History boxes. I can't wait for y'all to see the cooking activities, the traveling. We done added some history things, some more history things, some cards. I am just so excited about this new Black History box. I have been putting in the work. A lot of people have been checking on me like, hey, I ain't seen you on Facebook. Even I've been working. Miss Tori, Miss Sheree has been putting your girl to work. Look, I've been working so much, I feel like I ain't combed my hair. They ain't even let me comb my hair. But yes, y'all go check out on the Let's Go Express.org boxes to see about the getting your Black History Month boxes. We're going to be talking about this week. I'm so excited about this curriculum box, and we're going to be talking about the March curriculum box as well. So you'll be seeing the March and the February boxes. Go ahead and get them out, get it purchased. Do not wait for your educational experience. Go ahead and get it now. So I thank you, Miss Tori, again for joining us. I'm going to go real fast with our business tips for our budgeting real fast. I want y'all to make a plan for next month's budget today. Today is January the 22nd. You can go ahead and make your plans for what you're going to spend out in February. What is your goal? What is the amount of money that you want to save for your personal and your business? Next, I want you to create a strict schedule. How you want to going to track your goals? How you going to track your expenses? Are you going to track them with the QuickBooks app Miss Tori was just telling you about? Or are you going to do the pen and paper? I'm still old school. I'm still old school. Next, how you plan on paying off your debt if you have any? How are you planning on paying it off? How are you saying, hey, I got this credit card debt. I got all this debt. Oh, I'm just going to, just wing it. Wait 7 years and wait till it fall off my report. That don't work no more, you guys. I'm telling you the truth. It don't work like that no more. But make a plan to paying off your credit, paying off your bills, paying the debt off. Don't sit there and be like, I'm just gonna wait. Make a plan. Next, track your progress. Track your progress. Get your accountability person. Hire you a coach in budgeting. Hey, I'm here. Hey, y'all doing? Hey. Hey, Miss Tori's there. She definitely can help you get your bookkeeping and budgeting together. My next advice for you guys is get you a business account. Stop using your personal account to run everything through. Get you a business account. Even if you have a small stream of income coming in, that stream of income needs its own business account. So that way you can see how much money is going into that account. When I was doing DoorDash, all these other little side hustle jobs, it went into one account. Literally, it went into one account. Never did go into another account. I had that as my savings account, and it all went into one account. And then my personal account that I had, that was where I was paying myself. So I had 2 different accounts. There was something for my kids and something for myself. I say that because I have a lot of business owners that's on my page right now that's like, I need some help. I need some help in my finances because I'm not paying myself. I'm not able to get a coach. I'm not able to secure another location or even to look at how I'm going to pay my household bills. So today is your day where you can reach out to LaShawn Carter, or you can reach out to Miss Tori Robertson, and we can definitely help you get you on the roadmap to success in your business, okay? She said, personal account, pay yourself. So in my personal account, I pay from out of Tiny Tigers in the education station. So I have a payroll check that goes into my personal account. And then I had my savings account. Well, I still have it. My savings account, I split up my checks. That's a whole different conversation. But I split up my money that come in my payroll, my personal account. I do a 20% split. So I split some of my money into one account to the other. So that way it's a rainy day fund account. So if anything was to go on in my household, like we had the hot water heater wasn't working, I ain't going to no bank to take out no loan. I'm gonna see what I got over here in this rainy day fund. And that's something that my pastor has been preaching to us for over some years. He's been saying a lot of us need to start getting a rainy day fund. And we ain't got to worry about eggs being $6 because we got money in their account to be able to take care of them eggs and their breed. All right. So I thank you, Miss Francis, Kathy, Shamika, LaShawn. I can't look. Mother Cheryl. Hey, Mother Cheryl. Shanika, Miss Kathy, Sandy Sanders. Hey. Miss Ann. Thank you all. Lisa, Tanya, Dr. Tina. I thank you, Dr. Tina, for the platform. Y'all say, hey, Dr. Tina. I thank y'all so very much for joining us. Be on the lookout for our next live that's coming out this week. We will definitely make sure we tag you guys and post it in the Education Station page to let you know when we are coming on to talk to you about the Black History Month boxes and how that you can purchase them and purchase it for a friend as well. Even if you're not in education and you know somebody that got some kids, purchase them a kid girlfriend. All aboard the Education Station. Y'all have a good night.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above far and everlasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions.
This is Olivia Tucker. I should say Dr. Olivia Tucker, and she is listening to the podcast of CTR Media Network. That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast, where we have real talk and real conversations, and you're welcome to it. So let's get right into it by starting the show and inviting up my reoccurring co-host, Gio Monroe Show and Podcast. If you are new to the channel, I would love for you to subscribe to the channel, hit that like, and leave me a comment below if you are on the replay. Hey, so this is my reoccurring co-host. Introduce yourself.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Gio Monroe. I have a podcast at the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast. I also have 3 other channels that I like to let you guys know about. One is Boss Life Online. The other is Gio's Blogs, H-Town, and then Team Bill with Gio. With that said, I'm going to turn it back over to your host, Marlene.
Yes. And I also have other channels. My inspiration and motivation channel is Marlene Motivates. My second channel about reviews is Marlene Reviews. I have a vlog channel where I show my Florida life, and that is Life with Marlene. And I have a water sounds channel, Just Relax Now. So we would love for you to connect with those channels if you have not already. So let's get started on this topic. So today's topic is how to become a happier person. And I will just tell y'all, it's not easy to maintain happiness. It's something that happiness is kind of fleeting. You're always on this perpetual search for happiness. You're always trying to be happy. But how can you become a happier person? Let's see what this information is saying. I found this information on healthline.com, and the title of the article is How to Be Happy, 27 Habits to Add to Your Routine. So this is a daily habit that you should add to your life. So the first thing is that you should smile. Okay? You tend to smile when you're happy, but it's actually a two-way street. We smile because we're happy, and we are smiling because the brain is releasing dopamine, which is a hormone released from the body that makes us feel good. So thus we smile. So I would definitely agree with this, because when I feel good, I'm definitely going to smile. What do you think about that, Gio?
Yeah, was when you smile, other people smile. Okay, when I go out and I'm in the Dollar Tree or Walmart or wherever, restaurant, when I walk in, I'm always smiling. Hi, and most people will respond to you,
Right.
And so, yeah, when you're smiling, that means that you are approachable and you're a happy person.
Right. And I will definitely say that, especially when you don't feel so, like if your day is not going so good, and you just go ahead and reset and say, no matter what, I'm just going to smile through my situation. It's all about what you are choosing to do with your day. You can choose for your day, say today's horrible, or you can choose to say, today I'm going to be happy. Okay.
True.
That's a personal choice. Okay. So point number 2, how to be happy, is exercise. And when I saw this, I was like, because it's something most of us, we don't really, it's not something natural that we want to do, that exercise. But I'm telling you that when you get out, whatever, when you start moving your brain, you start getting things out, you get stress out, you can think things through. So exercise is really good for your personal being, your fit, not only yourself physically, but it's good for yourself mentally, because you're not staying in the same situation, like just being at home or whatever it is. you are allowing yourself to say, I'm going to get out there and do this for me. And that's going to make you feel happy.
Right.
Anything you want to add, Gio?
I do exercising all the time. And every time I get done with like 20 minutes on the treadmill, sometimes 15, and then I use all the machines in there. When I walk out, I feel like a brand new person.
Yeah.
My mind is together. I'm thinking about what I can do, what I'm going to do all day. And it's just, I can just get it all done.
Right.
So exercising is really good, and it does help the mind be happy.
Yeah. So I know that it's not easy. I know it takes sacrifice, but they say exercise isn't just good for your body. Regular exercise can help reduce stress, feelings of anxiety, and symptoms of depression while boosting your self-esteem and happiness.
Yes.
So here is some of the exercise starters. So it doesn't have to be a big deal. You can just take a walk around the block. Just a walk around the block, or sign up for a beginner class for an exercise routine, or just start or end your day with stretching. That's for me. I love stretching. So that's my form of exercise, because when you stretch and you get all of the kinks out of your shoulders and your back and your legs, it's like releasing whatever that is getting you all wound up. So the exercise definitely is good for you. Okay, let's go to point number 3. Get plenty of sleep.
Yeah. Now with that one,
go ahead, Gia.
It's because I have a home business, so sometimes I have to stay up late to talk to the people on the other side of the world. But because I work for myself, I can sleep as late as I want. So sleep is very, very important, especially if you're going to work for yourself. You just cannot not get enough sleep, because you won't do nothing. You'll just be asleep. So it is very important to get sleep.
Right. And I definitely agree with that, because I'm telling you, when you don't get sleep, you become grouchy.
Right.
I know I become very grouchy because you can't function when you're tired. So just try your best, even if it's just a nap. It doesn't have to be hours of sleep. Sometimes a 30 to 45-minute nap can change your complete day.
True.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Point number 4, eat with a mood in mind. So that means that we have to think about what we eat, because as we all know, that what you eat is what you become. So if you eat lots of bad things, that's how you're going to feel. So it's important to also look at, are you eating lots of carbs? Are you eating a lot of fast food that's deep fried, highly processed? We have to also remember to think about, are we drinking enough water? Are you having the right amount of the nutritional needs that you need? Because each and every person is different. So if you eat with your mood in mind, thinking about, okay, when I eat this, how is this going to make me feel? Is it going to make my stomach hurt? That's how I think these days, like not eat to not live to eat, but not live to eat. Live to eat, but not eat to live. So you got to think about things all the way through. Is this good for me? Is it going to make me feel good? Or is it just because I want to eat this food?
Right.
Well,
for me, I've just, for the last, 4 or 5 months, I just started to really eat healthy. And what it does is, child, I done lost weight. I'm looking nice. I like that. And when you see results, from your eating, because you can exercise a lot, but if you're not eating the right things, you're not going to see that much results. So I've even gotten used to not ordering the same thing from the grocery store that was bad for me. I'm when I see it, I'm like, ooh, that tastes so good. But today I have the strength to say now that is look at you now. You want to gain that weight back? So That's how I do it. So you don't have to eat to live, you know. You just consume what you need to consume and move on, but make it healthier. Don't use fried food. Bake it in the oven. Get you a George Foreman like I have, or a grill like I have. I hardly cook on the stove because I'm grilling and baking and using my George Foreman. And I have a sandwich maker too. So
yeah, we have to learn to have healthier outlook towards our food, because whatever we eat, whatever we consume, that's how your day is going to go. That's how your attitude is going to be, because if you eat bad things, you're going to feel all sluggish and all you want to do is sleep and you're fatigued and you're going to have a bad attitude. So think about the things that you eat. Okay. Number 5, here is a big one. So a way you can be happy: practice gratitude.
Right. You have to practice gratitude. You have to be grateful for everything you have. You have to be grateful that you woke up in the morning. You know, grateful for that 24 hours, because the next 24 hours is not promised to us. So just be grateful in the moment for what you have.
Right. That changes everything. I like what Gio just said. You have to be in the moment with things, because I know sometimes I do it too. Think about, oh, what am I going to do next week or 2 months or 3 months? But focus in on today and say, today, I am grateful for what I have and for what I didn't have yesterday, and appreciate the things you have and don't worry about what you don't. I think that's important for your happiness. You're going to be more happy when you're grateful for what you have and don't worry or compare yourself. Oh, this person has this or this person has that. No. Let's go to number 6. Give a compliment. This is something that I didn't think about, how this could make you happy. I didn't think about this. Like, how could complimenting somebody else make you happy? And this is what this point said. Giving a sincere compliment is a quick and easy way to brighten someone's day while giving your own happiness a boost. When you catch that person's eye and say it with a smile, they know you mean it. You might be surprised how good that makes you feel. So we all know about there is more happiness in giving than there is in receiving. So when you give to somebody, you feel good too.
Yes. I agree with that. I really have nothing more to add to that, because it is true. Well, you know, I compliment everybody, my sisters, my friends, you, Marlene, you know, people on YouTube, because that's what it makes me happy to do that. And then when you smile, it makes me smile. And then there it goes. Boom, boom. I'm happy.
Yeah. You're right. So give someone a sincere, not a fake, a sincere compliment. Okay. Number 7, breathe deeply. Sometimes we can't be happy because you're just so busy. You're busy doing everything. Take a deep breath and calm down. When you take a deep breath, then you can let your stress go down, and it helps you to think. And then that's going to make you feel happy, because when you breathe deeply, you're going to feel good.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Number 8, acknowledge the unhappy moments. So a positive attitude is generally a good thing, but bad things happen to everyone. It's part of life. Sometimes you get bad news. You made a mistake. Don't try to pretend you're happy. Acknowledge what you're feeling. Let yourself experience it for a moment. Then shift your focus. Should I go for a walk? Should I take a deep breath? Should I talk it over with someone I trust? Let the moment pass and then take care of yourself. No one's going to be happy all the time.
That's true, because life will throw you some curves.
Yes, definitely will. So acknowledge it and then move on.
Right.
Point number 9, keep a journal. And I'm big on this, guys. Journaling is a good way to organize your thoughts, analyze your feelings, and to make plans. It can be simple as jotting down a few thoughts before going to bed. If putting certain things in writing makes you nervous, you can always shred it when you're finished. It's just a process. Okay, and this is the last point, number 10. Face stress head on. Life is full of stress, and it's impossible to avoid all of them. There's no need to. Stress isn't always harmful. It's very good to have a little bit of stress in your life, but the whole thing is that we have to learn to control how we deal with it. Don't avoid it, but don't let yourself get overwhelmed by it. Address it head on, and then plan and do the work you need to get through it.
True. Because stress is something else. Ooh. You know, so that's another reason I exercise, is to let go of stress. You know, so that's a good way to let go of it. And another stressor is you can't control folks and what they do. Situations, sometimes life throw you a situation and you're trying to fix that situation, but you can't, because it's not for you to fix. You have to let go and let God, you know, and then go fix what you can fix, which is only yourself.
And I'm going to add this one. This wasn't in this, but I'm going to add a point number 11, be yourself. You know, you can't be happy pretending to be something you're not, or being what other people want you to be. You can only be happy as long as you are your pure, authentic self. And you got to be you. Whether people like you, they don't like you, that's not your business or your problem. You be yourself. And I feel like once you tune into yourself, you like and accept who you are definitely going to be a happier person.
True. And I so agree. Thank you.
Okay.
For this
I'm
talk.
just going to go ahead, Gio.
I'm just saying thank you so much for this talk, because it really has enlightened me today. I feel happy.
Right. So I'm just going to do a recap. So the first point was to smile. Number 2, exercise. Number 3, get plenty of sleep. Number 4, eat with your mood in mind. Number 5, practice gratitude. Number 6, give a compliment. Number 7, breathe deeply. Number 8, acknowledge the unhappy moments. Number 9, keep a journal. And number 10, face stress head on.
Yeah.
So these were some really good points. I'm going to put the link to this information into the description box. So there was 27 points, but I just wanted to cover the first 10. So thank you guys so much for watching. Leave me a comment in the comment section below. How do you cope with your stress, and how do you become a happier person? I would love to hear from you. And also check out Gio's point. What was your topic today?
Oh, you live in a happy life.
Right. So check that out. I'm going to also put that in the description box of this video. So thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate each and every one of you. And we will see you guys next Wednesday when we do another topic. Same place, same channel, same time. Bye, guys.
Bye.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information. What up, family? CTR.
What's up, everybody? like to welcome you to another episode of the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. I'm one of your hosts, T. Swin. I'm a father of four. I'm a music artist. I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm also a twin. And I'm a laid back and mellow kind of fellow. H-Town in the building. Let's introduce and meet the rest of our guys in the crew on this Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast.
All right, I'm Stevan Fluid. I'm an author, former police officer for the Houston Police Department, servant, and an activist. And I'm looking forward to this great show and interacting with all of y'all tonight.
Hi, my name is Jay Bean. I'm Mr. Average Joe, giving an honest opinion. I'm a former correctional officer, and I also have experience in the bail bond industry.
Hey everybody, it's LDC1. Father, musician, hard worker, been out here grinding, you know what I'm saying? 42 years old, out here getting, man. Just a hard working black man. And also a person who got in trouble last time for my realism, because I keep it real, you know what I'm talking about? So it's gonna be a wonderful show. We're gonna get to it. Shout out to all the men and all the women that's watching.
All right, y'all, man. We got a special guest, man, an early present for y'all for the holidays. And make sure y'all like, subscribe, share, comment, and post any input in the chat. Man, tonight we have a special guest for y'all. Y'all seen him on The Breakfast Club, Roland Martin. You seen him in Hidden Colors, Wilmington on Fire, Out of Darkness, Elementary Genocide. You seen him go viral on social media. He's a doctor of clinical psychology and a certified school psychologist, a community activist, an educator, a political scientist, an author, a speaker, and internationally known on the microphone, the self-proclaimed Prince of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar himself. Welcome to the show.
Peace and Pan-Africanism.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For our audience that may not know you, why don't you introduce yourself and let them know who you are and what you're about?
Doctor of clinical psychology, as you said, certified school psychologist, certified school principal, author of Psychoacademic Holocaust, the Special Education and ADHD Wars Against Black Boys, also author of Black Parent Advocate, The Art of War for Dealing with America's Public and Charter Schools, former Minister of Education for Marcus Garvey's UNIA, blood relative to the great Frederick Douglass, blood relative to the 7th Bishop of the AME Church, Bishop Alexander Wayman, and I am currently in the final stages of renovating the first school in American history to be totally purchased, renovated, and operated with donations from African people from around the world to Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for coming on our show. Tonight, we're going to be having a discussion about men's mental health, you know, from young men to young boys to older men, how it's affecting our community. Lately, in the past couple of years, mental health has been a big subject in talks amongst groups. And I just want to know from you, how is mental health affecting our community?
Well, one of the things that we have to be very clear about when we talk about mental health in Black people is the impact of racism. And one of the reasons why someone like me, who's trained as a clinician, views the entire Eurocentric mental health establishment as a big hypocrisy is because nothing within mental health is designed to assess for the role of racism in the lives of African people. And even when we look at treatment modality, treatment planning, treatment paradigm, conceptualized treatment, whether it's depression or bipolar or borderline or suicide or low self-esteem, violence, we never assess for the role or the impact that racism plays in the mental illness of African people. So how can you cure African people when you refuse to implicate the central ingredient that is contributing to their mental health issues, and that is racism? About a year ago, in fact, I think it was this year, the American Psychiatric Association and quite possibly the American Psychological Association, they both apologized to Black people for the role that they played in creating the inferiority complex, creating the disproportionality of special ed, the disproportionality in the misdiagnosing of Black adults and Black children, the role that they played in the over-medicalization of Black children, the role that they play and perpetuate in the black-white test gap. But although they apologize for the role that they played in creating many of the big conceptual problems that Black people have that are related to mental health, they didn't offer a single solution for any of that. 3 points I would say quickly when we talk about mental health in African people. Number one, if you don't deal with the psychological residuals of slavery and their impact on African people, you don't change anything else about African people. There must be a psychological holocaust amongst African people before you can change anything else. There's no economic revolution. There's no cultural revolution. There's no spiritual revolution. There's no community revolution until you first revolutionize the African mind. As the most honorable Marcus Garvey said, don't take the kinks out your hair, take the kinks out of your mind. It is the mental side that is the biggest problem our people suffer. Frederick Douglass said it best when he said, it is better to raise strong children than to repair broken men. So number one, we must deal with the psychological residuals of slavery. Number two, how can you effectively heal African people when the crimes against African people have not stopped? In other words, if a woman is a sexual assault victim and you're trying to treatment plan for her sexual assault, you are in the process of establishing a therapeutic relationship to move her from trauma to a sense of peace. But every time she leaves your office, every time she leaves therapy, she goes back home where she's being raped and abused, goes back to the job, goes back to the community where she's being raped and abused. How can you cure trauma when the trauma has not yet ended? The point that I'm making, one of the biggest issues in the mental health of African people is the traumas, or excuse me, the experiences and circumstances that gave rise to our trauma have not stopped. We're still dealing with police brutality. We're still dealing with state-sponsored execution. We're still dealing with the inferiority complex, an entire society that is designed to perpetuate the marginalization of African people. So one of our biggest issues, how do you heal while you're still amongst the trauma? And the third one, European psychology does not admit the existence of spirit. European psychology does not admit the existence of spirit. This is a very big problem in the treatment of African people because we are spirit.
Spiritual
the
people.
word Africa itself, from the soul of God, we are spirit. Any conceptualization of African people's problems, any attempt to cure African people that does not take into account the central role that spirit serves will ultimately fail us. And that is a big limitation in European psychology as it relates to healing Black people.
Gotcha. Now I'm gonna touch on something real quick. Now I took a class on meditation, and I learned in meditation that we have stress markers, and we put stress markers in our DNA, and that those stress markers can be passed down through our DNA to our children. So, do you believe that with those stress markers, our kids are already born with mental health issues that we have developed, that they're already born in it, or the systems that are in place is what's helping develop these mental health issues in our kids?
It's both. Science has already proven that your DNA not only contains the physical attributes of your ancestors, but it also contains the psychological attributes of your ancestors. We are our ancestors. They are living and traveling in our blood every second of our existence. They are us and we are them. From an African-centered perspective, every one of us is an ancestor returning to Earth to complete a mission that you had started in a previous life. So reincarnation is central to African cosmological thought, and all of us are reincarnated ancestors. And in that reincarnation, you not only have their attributes, but you also have their wounds, their pain, their guilt, their shame, their misgivings. Everything that the ancestors experienced is within us. And that's why Black people often react to phenomena in a manner that other cultures would consider an exaggeration. they would say, well, it wasn't that bad. Why did he flip out when he was called the N-word? It wasn't that bad. Why is the Black community up in shambles over that police shooting? It's because when you react to trauma, you're not only reacting to what's happening in the moment, you are reacting to what you experienced in past lives. You are reacting to the trauma of your ancestors simultaneously as you react to your own trauma in that moment. We carry them. And that is why healing ourselves is also healing for the ancestors. We cannot talk about healing for the ancestors if we don't heal ourselves, because we are their extension.
Gotcha. Now, I know we are very spiritual people, but with these situations that we have, does prescription drugs play a part in the solution of the mental illness that we're dealing with?
Not in my opinion. I am totally against the use of prescription drugs for children, except when necessary due to potential suicidality, potential homicidality, and in the case of psychosis, such as schizophrenia. And I would pretty much be of the same opinion with adults too. If they're not suicidal, homicidal, or psychotic, why are they taking medications? But I can tolerate an adult on psychiatric medications because an adult can communicate how those medications are making them feel. Adults are self-referred. In other words, if you're going through a depression and you want some medication, that's your decision. If you're dealing with a bout of bipolar and you want some medication, that's your decision. But children are not self-referred like adults are. Children are put on meds because the adults around them want them drugged up. See, that's a totally different process when you're talking about childhood psychiatrics. For example, when we look at most of the Black boys in America and across the African world for that matter, because I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I speak for all Black people. We look at all the African young men, boys around the world who are taking Ritalin, Adderall, Concerta, Cyclert, Metadate, and all of these other ADHD medications. They're not taking these medications because they asked for them. You can't show me a single Black boy who went to his mother, father, teacher, principal, pediatrician, and said, I need some drugs because I don't know how to sit still. I need some drugs because I can't pay attention. No child ever self-refers for medication. They are referred by adults. And the reason the adults refer the children for medication is because the children are making their life uncomfortable. So children are medicated so the adults can be convenienced.
I went through that with my son. I went there with my son when I had one of my sons, and he was jumping around. He was very active, and one day he got to me, right? He just got to me, and I could tell he was just sitting still like a zombie. And then I had found out his mom was had him on the Ritalin thing, so I had to go against her to get him. You know, luckily I didn't have too much of a fight with her. She understood where I was coming from and took him off that. But you already, kids don't put themselves on that. And I told her the same thing. You're just doing that because you feel like you can't handle him or he's too much for you. But with me, you know what I'm saying? He's not that way with me. You know, I have discipline with him. You know, so I feel that is a cheap way out. I feel a lot of parents are just throwing their kids on these drugs and just trying to find a back door instead of dealing with the situation at hand. So I think that's a big problem.
Great point, my brother, which takes me to a point that I'm going to make sure everybody's crystal clear about. White America does not have a psychological treatment system for African people. They have a psychological exploitation system for African people. It is all about the money. I can't stress this enough. I had this conversation with my brother Charlemagne. I've had this conversation with other celebrities who promote mental health. Nothing wrong with promoting mental health, but please make sure our people have informed consent about the system that we're telling them to go into. Okay? Right. It's all about the money. The diagnosis equals money. The prescription equals money. The services equals money. And so there is a tendency to exaggerate issues African people are having so you can get a greater reimbursement from the insurance company, a greater reimbursement from the state, a greater reimbursement from the school system. So if you take a Black boy to a behavioral health center, or girl or adult, if they get diagnosed with depression, that's money. That equals money.
Mhm.
And then if you say they need medication, that equals money. And then you say they need therapy, that equals money. And then you say they need social skills training, that equals money. Intensive case management, that equals money. They need a approved private school for mental illness, that equals money. They need intensive case management, that equals money. Money, 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 money. And this
Yeah.
is one of the reasons why I tell parents, do not get your children so quickly evaluated, because they're going to, if you go looking for a diagnosis, you will find it.
Yeah.
If you go looking for a diagnosis, you will find it. And our people need to understand that the reason there's a big push for mental health in the Black community, this is not being done for honest reasons. This is being done because the Black community is a what? Untapped market for
Yeah.
the pharmaceutical industry. Let me say it one more time. Black people do not trust white institutions, nor should we. The mental health establishment is a white institution. The publicly traded Wall Street pharmaceutical drug companies see a big payday in Black America if they can convince us to go crazy on European mental health treatment modalities. So we have to be careful, because they want to diagnose you. They will find a problem just to get paid. They will create a problem just to write a prescription. Just last week, I saw an advertisement. The United States, I don't know if it's the Department of Education, National Institute of Mental Health, Food and Drug Administration, I forget which branch of the government. They want every child in America, Black or white. They want every child in America, I believe at the age of 8, 7 or 8, screened for anxiety and depression. Why are you screening 7-year-olds for anxiety and depression? Every 7-year-old goes through bouts of worry. Every 7-year-old goes through bouts of sadness. But guess what? Go to one psychologist, it's a growing pain. Go to another psychologist, it's a family issue. Go to another psychologist, it's anxiety and depression. They don't care about 7-year-old kids in this country. The reason they want them screened for mental health is so the drug company can write prescriptions.
Yeah. Now, now I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran myself. There's another veteran on the panel, Hoverman Cobb, Steve-O. I was dealing with some depression and anxiety. I developed anxiety by 34 years of age. And so they gave me a prescription for Sertraline. And so I took it once or twice, and it made my head hurt. And so I looked into it, and I saw that it ramps up one thing and and ramps down another one. I say, so this medicine is reprogramming my brain. That's why my head is. I said, I can't mess with this anymore. So I just left it alone. I started doing other things to better myself. Meditation. I started martial arts, and so that started being more active to put my focus in other places.
Absolutely.
And so,
go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
I said, I've been better. I've been better ever since.
Powerful. To God be the glory. The other point I was going to make, gentlemen, is that these drugs, and anybody who doesn't believe me can go and do their research. You can start with the drug company websites themselves, because they often put some of the symptoms on the website, but they don't put all the symptoms because they're not required to put all the symptoms, because the Food and Drug Administration, which is in cahoots with the Wall Street publicly traded drug companies, they are paid by the drug companies to not only push the drugs, but to also consider safe drugs that are toxic. And believe it or not, most of the research that is done to say that a drug is healthy, the research itself is paid for by the drug company who created the drug. So let me get this right. I make a drug for so-called ADHD, which is nothing more than ain't no daddy at home disorder. I'll make a drug for so-called ADHD. I know I can make about $10 million off this drug the first year. And I'll probably be in the billions after 5 years, the way that they misdiagnose some Black boys with this.
Yeah.
And the Food and Drug Administration, which is the drug and food police, right? They decide what's safe, not safe. I'm going to pay them off, first of all, because it is not illegal for members of the Food and Drug Administration. Check this out. It is not illegal for officials of the Food and Drug Administration to have stock interests in the same drugs they have to police. Did y'all hear what I just said?
Yeah.
The people responsible for telling you Ritalin is safe have stock options in Ritalin. And then the research to prove Ritalin is safe or not safe is paid for by the drug company that stands to make billions of dollars off of Ritalin.
Yeah.
Look at the corruption in the Food and Drug Administration. There's a group of white men right now suing one of the pharmaceutical companies because they took I forget which drug it was, one of the ADHD medications, and they started growing breasts. They started growing breasts because a lot of these drugs have high levels of estrogen, unhealthily high levels of estrogen in them, especially for developing Black boys. And as a result, white men grew breasts. And now the white men have a class action lawsuit against one of the pharmaceutical industries because taking drugs to deal with hyperactivity led to breasts.
Yeah. I remember at one of your lectures, you spoke on that a couple years ago. I think you also mentioned something about sterilization too.
Oh, yes. It causes sterilization, kills brain cells, stunts growth, tic disorders, schizophrenia, organ failure, premature ejaculation, can change the structure of the blood. When you look at the list of side effects, you would say to yourself, why would anybody give this to their child? And also, why would anybody take this themselves? Because you do know that the drug companies have immunity from the federal government. You can't sue them. It is almost impossible to sue a drug company, a pharmaceutical, for the problems that the pharmaceuticals cause. Because drug companies are one of the biggest lobbies on Capitol Hill. They have one of the biggest lobbies. See, here's what you got to understand about drugs. Dope, period. I don't care if it's illegal dope, legal dope, they all the same. And the people who sell them often control both sides of it as well. Drugs is the most lucrative business in the world. Why? Number one, very low output for very high gain. For example, if you own a restaurant and you cook food, you got to get a restaurant, you got to get a grill, you got to get the food, you got to get the chefs. You have overhead. If you're renovating an apartment building and you're going to turn that into rental properties, you have overhead. If you're a barber, you got to get your clippers and everything, you have overhead. You do hair, you have overhead. If you're a plumber, electrician, you got to get your supplies, get you a van, get you a truck. You have overhead. But once the drug is made, and as you know, every pill is a very small object. The pill is a very small object, and the chemicals that go into the creation of psychiatric medications are relatively inexpensive. The chemicals themselves are relatively inexpensive, and so you're mass producing something that weighs less than 1/10 of an ounce. But you're selling this thing that weighs less than 1/10 of an ounce for about $50 a pill, $30 a pill, $75 a pill. Look at the return on this. And one of the issues I have with some Black investment firms is I see a lot of Black investment firms starting to invest in psychiatric medication as a way to bring returns for their investors, which I totally am against and liken it to slavery, because you are investing in the psychological exploitation, devastation, and re-enslavement of Black children.
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say some of that because, like you were saying, they getting paid off this, right? But I heard many people like on social media, like you look at a lot of socials like TikTok and everything, and people say, "Oh, I'm gonna keep this person like this so I can get this check, or I can get this check. I'm gonna keep this person sick. Or I'm gonna keep this person on Adderall so I can get this check, or I'm gonna keep this person crippled so I can get this check." So how do we defeat? It's like we facing a two-way mirrored monster. We got that. We got the corporations getting rich off of it, but then we got, the the back end people trying to get rich off of it too, trying to collect money off of it. You know, it's just like the government's kind of like the government gonna pay you to shut up. We're gonna pay you to shut up. Let's pay you to keep them sick. We give enough money to keep them sick, but let us do our thing. So it's like a two-way monster. How you defeat something like that? Like something so.
Well, the thing is, when you talk about healing in African people, we have to do that ourselves.
Yeah.
Because racism is still alive and well. The white man hasn't apologized, not sincerely, for anything he's ever done to Black people. They're not going to stop. So the healing has to be done while we're on the battlefield. And that's a very, very difficult thing to do. Because if you suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, if you suffer from Gulf War syndrome, how do you treat that while you're still in the Gulf? How do you treat that when you're still at war? So Black people are not only traumatized, we are re-traumatized, you know, through our experience. I would even argue that a lot of what's considered ADHD in our boys, a lot of it is neighborhood traumatization by way of bullying, witnessing street violence, domestic violence, and other types of violence. When you look at the symptoms of ADHD, many of them are shared in common with a child who's dealing with post-traumatic stress. They're also similar to symptoms of a child who's dealing with attachment disorder, father in jail, grandmom died, mother got her taken away. Those are all attachment related issues. Now, here's the thing. When the little white boys, when their parents get a divorce, his behavior is treated as a consequence of attachment disorder. You understand? If he lost somebody to death recently, his aggression in the classroom will be treated as an adjustment disorder. That little white boy is not going to be ushered off to the psychologist, the psychiatrist, or the pediatrician for a diagnosis and prescription, because white people care about their children. They don't care about our children. And as a result of that, when Black boys exhibit symptoms of internal mental health issues, instead of showing some compassion, some care, some concern, when it comes to the Black boy, it's all about controlling the uncontrollable animal. They quickly rush him off to get a diagnosis of a disruptive behavior disorder, followed up with some medication. A lot of these boys taking these drugs, diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder, disruptive behavior disorder, conduct disorder, ADHD, they don't have none of that at all. They're dealing with family problems, neighborhood problems, peer problems, sibling problems, and of course the everyday racism that traumatizes you as well from having to deal with racist, white, hostile women every day.
Do you think enough of us are waking up to where we can combat this and start moving in a better direction, or it's going to be a very, very long uphill battle?
It's going to be a very, very long uphill battle for a couple of reasons, good brother. I'll just give you three, though. One of them, white folks in white capitalism have convinced Black people that you can buy your way out of unhappiness. They've also convinced Black people that they can buy their way out of slavery. So you have Negroes across this country, 50 million. Many of them are out right now as we have this conversation, shopping for Christmas gifts because they think they can buy their way out of oppression, out of slavery, and out of misery. And that's credit to the white power structure for convincing Black people that if you just make enough money, if you just buy a good enough car, if you just move into a house that's in a white enough neighborhood, you will start to feel better about yourself. And what Negroes often end up finding out, and this is what I call buyer's remorse. Okay, Black people often suffer from buyer's remorse. You bought the Mercedes, and for the first 2 months, it did make you feel better, but you were not happy. That was just a feeling of euphoria. That was just the honeymoon period. And after 8 weeks, that Mercedes is now starting to bother you because you got to pay that insurance, you got to pay that gas, people trying to break in, you getting scratch marks, and you go through buyer's remorse. Most Black people, after Christmas, they go through a buyer's remorse where you regret having wasted all this money because at the end of the day, nothing outside of you can make you feel better. All mental health, all mental treatment, all mental transformation must take place within the inside. So number one, it's an uphill battle because Negroes are out trying to shop their way to freedom. That's number one. Number two, it's going to be an uphill battle because most Black people would much rather hide the mental health issues behind their materialism. So we do a good job of that too.
Mm-hmm.
I just got to look like I'm a healthy person. I don't actually have to be a healthy person. And credit again for this goes to the white power structure, because they convinced everybody in America, not only Black people, that America is a civilization. We do not live in a civilization. There is nothing civilized about this country. You could probably argue there's nothing civilized about this world. You got people running into school, shooting children. You got people walking into supermarkets, murdering dozens of people. You have children committing suicide. Black girls right now, at least the last time I checked, in the post-COVID era, our 14 to 17-year-old princesses lead this country in teenage suicide, in suicide period. The middle-aged white man was the one most likely to commit suicide for most of American history. Post-COVID, it became a teenage Black girl. So you got suicide, you got opioid crisis, you still got crack out here. You understand me? You got domestic violence, Black on Black crime, white on white crime, government sanctioned executions. There is nothing civilized about this country, but it's technologically sophisticated. And what the white man has done, he's convinced Black people in all of America that because you have a cell phone, because you can ride an airplane, because you have a tablet, because you have a video game system, because you have a car with heated seats and a radio in it, because you got Alexa in your house that you can talk to and turn off the lights and turn on the TV and turn up the heat, because you have technological sophistication, you are civilized. Technologically sophisticated societies are not civilized societies. Civilized societies are places where people are treated in a civil way. And people are not treated in a civil way in this country. You cannot have civilization alongside capitalism. Capitalism is the ownership of wealth by the few, which they accrue through the exploitation of the many. That means most people will be homeless. Most people will be hungry. Most people will barely be making ends meet. Most people will be destitute. 10% of Americans have more wealth than the other 90%. How can this qualify as a civilization? And that is a big piece of the mental health crisis that you're talking about, which is why I always say, until we start talking about giving Black men livable wage jobs so they can feed their families, until we start talking about giving Black men, we cannot talk seriously about solving mental health, because the best way to make a Black man feel better is to give him a job with benefits.
Oh, yeah.
For you, doctor, how do you think the suppression of our history affects the way we perceive ourselves?
The greatest Black psychologist of all time, a fellow Garveyite, Dr. Amos Wilson, he said, and I'm paraphrasing, that a person's estimation of their self-worth is largely contingent upon what they understand their people to have been and done in times before they were born. So without question, the lack of knowledge of self exerts an excruciating amount of influence on the way that our children think, feel, and behave. We have to give them restorative history. We have to give them corrective history. With that being said, I want to add this disclaimer. You can teach Black children who they are all day long until they are blue in the face. But if Black children do not see themselves receiving the same kinds of opportunities that yellow children receive, the same types of opportunities that brown children receive, the same types of opportunities that white children receive, if they do not see themselves receiving those same types of opportunities, ultimately everything you taught them about themselves will ultimately be irrelevant. When I speak at prisons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the prisons are filled with knowledgeable brothers, filled with woke brothers, filled with conscious brothers. They done read entire libraries in that prison. But guess what? They're still behind bars. And guess what? When they get out, despite knowing everything there is to know about ancient African civilization, despite knowing everything there is to know about political science in Black America, despite knowing everything there is to know about the Black liberation struggles, despite being a master of African history, they will end up in jail within 1 year with all that knowledge if somebody doesn't give them a job when they get out. So knowledge of self is important, but without opportunities, we will still breed criminals.
Yeah.
So I read one of your quotes, and I'm gonna just read. It said, "We don't have the luxury of being one-dimensional. Even though we are in a state of crisis, we don't act like." Do you still that's still relevant today?
Absolutely, it's even more relevant now because when we look at the conscious community, I see a lot of brothers and sisters who are one-dimensional, and they try to justify being one-dimensional. They say, "Well, I'm just putting the information out. I've decided to just put the information out." Well, what if Frederick Douglass sat behind a desk and said, "Well, I'm just going to produce the North Star. I'm just going to produce the Frederick Douglass paper"? You know, what if Harriet Tubman or Ida B. Wells or Fannie Lou Hamer, Dr. King, Malcolm, Medgar, George, Jonathan, Huey, Fred, what if they all just said, "We're not going to do no work. We just want to teach the people. My job is to teach the people." And the reason why you have all these intellectual masturbators on YouTube is because they're not committed enough and they're too lazy enough to get off of the internet and do some real work. You cannot be one dimensional at all. I save children every day. I evaluate children. I'm building the school. I'm helping people with their personal problems. I'm contributing to the building of other institutions, different programs. I'm trying to do all I can in the short time that the Creator has given me on this in this lifetime to do. Yes, you have to specialize in certain things. I specialize in the mental health and education of African children. I'm specializing in the reconstructive education of our people. I'm specializing in the building of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. But I can't just do one thing. When you are at war and somebody says we need some water, do you say, I can't get no water because I'm just a sniper. Snipers don't get water. You do whatever you gotta do so your people can win the war. I could even draw a parallel to Deion Sanders, not to spend too much money on him, too much time on him. And I have tremendous respect for Deion, but that's the Deion Sanders, Shannon Sharp argument. That's the Deion Sanders, Shannon Sharp argument. You know, the problem of the HBCUs is not the problem of one man. The problem of the HBCUs was there before Deion. The problem of slavery was there before Frederick Douglass. The problem of slavery was there before Harriet Tubman. What if they would have said, "Oh, it's too big for me. I'm walking away. I can't do this by myself." When you love your people, you do whatever you need to do to transform their reality. Deion had a chance to transform the reality. The problem with people like Deion Sanders and Shannon Sharp is they have more commitment to their own personal agenda than the best interest of the Black community. And that's really what this comes down to. What do we value more? The attainment of our own personal agenda or the best interest in liberation and salvation of our people? For example, I can go right back to the white educational mental health establishment right now, and I would be a millionaire in 1 year. I lie to you not. I would be a millionaire if I recanted everything I said about special ed and ADHD and psychiatric meds and psychiatric racism. If I recanted with my popularity and my presence in the world, if I went back to the white power structures mental health system right now, I'd be a millionaire in a year. That's how much money they're paying for these evaluations. That's how much money they're paying for people to get these evaluations done. Just as much as I've influenced parents against special ed, I could go back and influence parents towards special ed, and I would be a millionaire. I'd probably be the director of the American Psychological Association in 5 years. But guess what? I love my people. My heart and soul has always been in the Black liberation struggle. Although I've always wanted to be a psychologist since a child, the priority for me is Black liberation, not my personal agenda. Deion chose $5 million a year over the long-term success and survival of the HBCU system. Again, some people would say that's okay because they don't care about the best interests of the Black community. But for those of us who are truly about liberation, Shannon Sharp is wrong for not dating Black women, and Deion Sanders is wrong for going to University of Colorado with a 1.6 Black student ratio.
Gotcha. Now with your FDMG Academy, trying to say, what are you doing that that's going to change or break these cycles that we have in our community with our young, so they could change the future? Because the change is going to come with the next generation. So what are you doing?
Well, as I said earlier, until you have a psychological revolution, you change nothing else. The whole purpose of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy is to serve as a psychological reconstruction clinic. We are there to transform the way that our young people think so they can be the leaders that the African race leads tomorrow. Frederick Douglass's quote is the main motto of our school. It is better to raise strong children than to repair broken men. What we're going to do, no other school has ever done, and that is reshape the way Black people think about themselves one generation at a time through our children.
I believe in what you said. I believe in so much you say when you say we neglect our pain and trauma. So I'm gonna just ask you something I never been told as a Black man, as a Black father. How do you? I never been told. How do you start to pay attention to it? What do you start to pay? Like, how do you start to pay attention to it? Because I hear so much, oh, neglected, or be strong, or don't do this as a Black man. But how do you open up and really start to pay attention to it? I mean,
pay attention to. How do we start paying attention to what, good brother? I didn't hear that piece.
Oh, I'm sorry. How you said we neglect pain and trauma. We neglect our pain and trauma. But I never been taught how to pay. I've been taught to neglect, but how to start. How do you pay attention to it?
Like how do you address it?
Open up to pay attention to it. Because I don't get taught that at all.
I follow what you're saying, and that's why when you study spirituality and you study some of the great spiritual teachers, they always taught what. In fact, there's a quote, and I think it comes from Buddha. It might have been Buddha, who was a Black man. It could have been Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the prophet of Islam. He was also a Black man. But one of them said that in the struggle between you and the world and you and yourself, you should second the world. Because until you've achieved victory over yourself, no other victory will be real. It is very difficult to engage in self-transformation. Why? Because you have an ego. We all have an ego. Yeah. And your ego's job is to constantly present an ideal picture of you to yourself. So in order to stare down your demons, in order to grow past the assumptions you make about your perfect self, you have to go beyond the ego. And this is why it's so hard for people to see their own faults, but they can see everyone else's, because the ego does not major in self-improvement. The ego majors in the stability of our self-image. And this is also a big reason why a lot of our relationships don't work out, because we have a certain image of ourselves, and then we get into a relationship with a significant other, and they start to highlight aspects of our personality that are less than perfect that they think we need to work on. And we don't want nobody telling us what's wrong with us. We want people to cheerlead us and worship us and honor us and serve us. And a lot of relationships get ended prematurely because you have one partner who's trying to help you become the best you can be, but you're not interested in being the best you can be. You just want to be the best facade that you can be. And so to answer your question, my brother, in order to engage in self-growth, that takes a lot of willpower. That takes a lot of self-analysis. That takes a lot of hours in solitude alone, evaluating and studying yourself, and never, ever shrinking from an opportunity to point out a fault in the character you are. It's tough. It's like the person on drugs. The first thing they want to do is rationalize the drug use. The person who's overweight, they want to rationalize their overweightness. You understand me? The shopaholic wants to rationalize this shopaholicism. It's the way Black women rationalize blonde hair, right? You say, why you got that blonde hair on? Well, I just like the color. No, you don't. Because white women, that's their ideal hair color. White is blonde. And you want to be as close to them as possible because that's what you've been told is beautiful. It's the same reason why Black men date outside the race, right? But they will rationalize, well, I just fell in love with her. It had nothing to do with race. Yes, it did. It had everything to do with race. You low self-esteem coon. Yes, it did. You understand? So you got to realize the ego isn't interested in transformation. The ego is interested in preservation of who you are. And that's why self-transformation is one of the hardest things you can do. Remember this, we all have a physical age, a physical biological age. That changes every year. You don't have to do anything in order to go up in age physically. You're going to be a year older no matter what. But guess what? Psychologically, you do not get older every year automatically. The only way you grow psychologically is to put yourself through the process of psychological growth. Every one of us has a physical age, and every one of us has a psychological age. You might be 40 physically. You might be 12 psychologically. You might be 60 physically. You might be 30 psychologically. For example, we've all seen a beautiful, attractive Black woman in her late 60s, early 70s. She's still fine, still got it going on, but a bit too old to be thinking she can still wear those mini skirts outside with the stilettos. You know why she's still doing that? She's trapped. Something happened to her early on in her life, and she is trapped in that 30-year-old body. And that's where 30-year-old mind, because she's in a 70-year-old body now, but she got that 30-year-old mind, and that's where she's going to stay until she decides to embark upon the painful road of self-transformation.
Gotcha. Now, the people that's watching, if you like the knowledge that's being dropped, make sure you like, share, subscribe, comment, and put your input in the chat. There was a question brought by Brainwave Relaxation. He asked, is it better to control the mind or the emotions? Or your feelings?
Well, the emotions are part of a mind. Those are not separate. The emotions are a part of the mind. So an aspect of the mind that you're needing to control is your emotions. But let me say this about the emotion. Emotions and memory go hand in hand. This is why people who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder can often relive their memories so vividly. They relive them so well that they think that they're re-experiencing the actual event, because the area of the brain that's responsible for emotion is also responsible for memory. So the more emotional an experience was for you, the more traumatic it will be. And this is why all great spiritual teachers in history and even religions now, they teach you control of emotion, especially when you're in traumatic situations. Because if you let yourself go emotionally, that is so much more that you're going to be traumatized by that situation, especially when those recurring memories come on up. But controlling your mind does not mean suppressing the content. A lot of people think controlling the mind is suppressing my emotions, suppressing my thoughts. No, no, no. You have to bring everything from the unconscious up to the conscious mind to be processed. It's like cleaning out your basement. Your basement is your unconscious mind. You got a lot of stuff in the basement. Some stuff you're going to keep, some stuff you're going to throw out, some stuff you're going to wash and repack. And so what we have to do to get healthy, bring it all up. Bring up the sexual molestation, bring up the rape, bring up your mother's abandonment, bring up your father's emotional abuse, bring up your big brother's sibling bullying, you know, bring up the peer shame you felt in school, bring up all the girls who wouldn't talk to you when you was in high school, bring up the pimples on your face that made you look so ugly you didn't go to the prom. Bring it all up, reprocess it, decide what's getting thrown out, decide what you're keeping, and decide what needs to be repackaged. And the simplest way to repackage a painful memory, it won't take the sting out automatically, but it will transform the interpretation from a powerless interpretation to a powerful or empowering interpretation. And that is to reassign a new meaning to that experience. Reassign a new meaning to that experience. I'll give you an example. I was going through something recent personally, right? And I said, wow, why am I going through this? You know, I felt like I had bad luck or something. And then I said, you know what? The reason you're going through this is so you don't make this mistake when you open up the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. So what I had to do was step back and say, wait a minute. These sets of circumstances that I'm dealing with over here in my personal life, if I look at it from a different perspective, it's actually training me for how to handle those same types of circumstances when they come up at the school. So we have to make sure we're taking disempowering memories and reinterpreting them so they give us a new powerful view on things. Remember, there is no such thing as actual reality. The brain doesn't know the difference between a dream and you could get into a fight in your dream tonight. Your body will respond as if you fought somebody in real life. The brain can't tell the difference between make-believe and reality. This is why gangster rap is so toxic. This is why violent video games are so toxic. This is why violent movies are so programming to people, because your brain don't know the difference, whether you went through it in a dream, went through it on TV, or went through it in real life. Your body, your mind, your memory will respond the same way. We have to use that law. We have to use the laws of psychology and the laws of spirituality to make sure we are building strong African consciousness and strong African subconsciousness.
If
Yeah,
you,
now-
if I,
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
if I, who?
Go ahead, Steve-O.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick. It's very important that I say this, that when we talk about our communities, if we don't understand how we can better communicate with each other, the issues that we have, don't think the police are going to do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
The police is going to be there to take you and your problem and will put you in jail. Now, the solution to that, to these issues that we're having, because it is an ongoing cycle, ongoing problem. What I'm seeing and what I have seen is that we're seeing the mothers are younger, the father's not present in the home, of course. So now the child is having problems, difficulties. The mama has problems, difficulties. The daddy has problems, the daddy ain't there. So you got all people with all different problems, and no one knows how to solve that problem because it's a cycle. So then now when you get the police involved, they're not going to have patience unless it's one of our own kind. We have a better understanding. But nonetheless, to come up with solutions and to solve that problem, police officers and law enforcement can handle the overwhelming problems with mental illness, mental problems within our communities and as a whole. So what must happen is that once a person who understands and has the passion like Dr. Umar and people like myself and the stuff that I have going on and what I wanted, the solutions that I have, you have to be able to find someone within law enforcement, within the health industry, pharmaceutical, whatever you want to do. But most importantly, it's going to be between the police who's going to come there for a problem. If the problem gets out of hand, it has to involve police. So what you do is that this is very important, is that you have to have someone in between, someone who knows the families in the communities, and then that information to the specific law enforcement who would then know that particular home or issues in that community, in that area, so that when the police does come and they don't know the issue, they're not going to have and waste any time. That's where the violence comes in. That's when the police brutality comes in. That's when, because now you're going back to the mental illness, you're dealing with the emotional person. And unfortunately, a lot of police officers are looking for that to get you hemmed up, to get the mother, to get the child hemmed up. So there's different alternatives now. There's solutions in place that can solve those problems. But how can you do that if you don't know how to deal with it when you constantly in that issue? It goes back to what Dr. Umar said again about the spiritual side. You have to know yourself, and then we have to always get back to the main source that we've always had as Black people. We had each other. Now, if a Black person in any hood right now has an issue, they don't have no one to go to. They don't have Dr. Umar, who's way over there in Philadelphia. They don't have it here, and Umar's not here in Houston, who they can go to. So what do you have? You have to have some resources, not government resources, because they're restricted on what they can and cannot do. Because how do I know that? Because I've seen it happen time and time again. So the problem is now is that we got to be sure that once we recognize our problems, be able to have that ability to communicate that problem effectively to people who are concerned, that can get the proper help to and relay that to the police officers. And that's where I come in, and that's where my vision is and my purpose is want to spread that kind of thing, but what Dr. Umar is saying. So the issue is definitely there, and it ain't going to stop unless we come into our senses calm down, recognize where the problems come from. We already know. Dr. Umar has already stated that. We know all the issues we have. Now we just have to have the ability to make sure that we get the systems and the issues in place where it's like a 911. We call 911 for help, but this is another avenue towards 911 because 911 ain't even helping us now.
One thing I want to say in response to the brother and in support of what he said, first off, when a mother has to call the police on her son or daughter who's having a mental health crisis, the shame and the blame for that is on every Black man in our community. No Black woman should have to go outside of her community to get someone to counsel or calm down one of her children. You said something earlier, and basically it spoke to what I'm going to say now. The village is our solution. The problem with Black people in America, we do not operate as a village and have not operated as a village since desegregation. Mexicans operate as a village. Arabs operate as a village. Jews, Anglo-Saxons, Chinese, East Indians, Native Americans, everyone operates as a village. Black people operate as a nation of individuals. Nothing we do is done collectively. Part of understanding the ethos of mental health is understanding that just like a fetus needs the womb of the mother to grow and function, the individual needs the community to grow and to function. One of the biggest reasons why we have so much mental illness is we have no community. Where are our programs? Where are our systems? Where are our institutions? Where is our infrastructure? We don't have it. The Black psychologists, the Black social workers, the Black psychiatrists, the Black counselors, we should have a treatment modality already being implemented. I understand the Black psychologists have a treatment modality on paper, but it's not being implemented. And the reason these treatment modalities are not being implemented by our leading Black professional mental health associations is because everybody wants some money. Nobody wants to volunteer. The spirit of volunteerism that once controlled the Black community has been all but extinguished. We do not have the spirit of volunteerism no more. Nobody wants to do unless they are being paid for it. That's why our young boys don't have men in their lives. There's no reason why we got all these single Black mothers raising these Black boys on their own with all these Black men running around. If the father's not there, one of us is supposed to be stepping up to be accountable for that young man without expecting anything from his mother. The reason we got Black on Black crime, the reason we got gangster rap, the reason we got teenage pregnancy is Black men have no interest in fathering or being a father figure to children they did not biologically produce. Pathological selfishness is one of the greatest collective sins of Black America.
Gotcha. Now you said something about the people wanting to get paid. The people that are getting paid don't want their money cut off. They don't want their bank accounts frozen. They see the shambles that we in, and they know they can collectively help. If we get together, get on the same page, we can change ourselves. We don't really need nobody outside, but they're so afraid of being blackballed or being or their money being stopped that they don't want to help us.
Thomas Sankara, the great Pan-Africanist from Burkina Faso, who was assassinated in 1984, I want to say, 87 maybe. I think it was 87. He said, the man that feeds you is the man that owns you. And that's what's wrong with our athletes and entertainers. They have a lot of money. They have no freedom and power. Zero. They are scared as shit. I know. I've been around many of them. They're scared as hell. Millions and millions upon millions of dollars. They are scared to bat a fly. We are not going to get free waiting on them. They are too tied into the white power structure. They are too afraid. You're not getting liberation from them. So We have to get it from ourselves. But the problem with Black folks, going back to white supremacy and the capitalist model again, they have convinced us that having money and being able to buy things is more important than freedom. And it's hard to value something you never experienced. That's another issue with Black folks. See, this is why the first few generations of enslaved Africans fought harder than all the subsequent generations until the Civil War. Why? Because they knew what freedom was.
Yeah.
When you have something and someone takes it from you, you know exactly what you're missing. You understand me? If I'm drinking one of my ginger ales and you come take my ginger ale, we might got the slap box for that ginger ale because I know what that Schweppes ginger ale tastes like. But if you take a ginger ale from me and I never tasted that ginger ale, well, I don't really know what I'm missing. I can probably live without it. And Black people are so far away from freedom that we no longer value it. And one of the reasons why we don't get respect from other people is everybody can see that we are okay being oppressed. We are okay being murdered. We are okay being miseducated. We are okay being gentrified and mass incarcerated as long as we can experience the conveniences and material privileges of American society. That's how low our integrity as a people has gone. We've gotten to the point where you can do whatever you want to do to Black folks. As long as I got a cell phone, a Benz, a white girlfriend, a house in the suburb, I can get my hair done, some fresh Timbs and Jordans, I'm good. And a people like that, people who will content themselves with material garbage in exchange for freedom, they don't deserve to be free, and nobody else is going to fight for their right to be free. We are where we are because we choose to stay there.
Gotcha. Now, Tracy Holcomb asked, how can we restore the mindset so we can become one? What are some steps that we can start taking to change the mindset?
The only thing that's going to change anything is yourself or an institution that you need. Institutions control behavior, period. You go into the military, they tell you when to eat, how to eat, what to think, how to dress, when to dress. You go to school, they tell you what to do, how you're going to behave. You go to work, you're told what time to show up, what time to go to, what time you're going to leave, what time is lunch. They tell you what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. You belong to a community-based organization, a religion. Institutions control behavior. The reason we can't control the behavior of our own people in the Black community, we have no institutions that they need through which we can exert an influence on the way that they act. What do we have that Black people need? What does the Black community provide for its own people? Absolutely nothing. How can you get people to cooperate with a community that does absolutely nothing for it? The problem we got is we're still expecting Black people to be loyal to the Black agenda just because they're Black. Jews can do that because Jews provide resources for Jews.
Yeah.
Anglo-Saxons can do that. Anglo-Saxons provide resources for Anglo-Saxons. Native Americans and Latinos can do that because they provide resources for their community. The only thing we provide for our community is religion. There's no other resource Black people have for Black people. If you don't change that, you'll never get your children back. We could get all these drug dealers tomorrow. We could get the killers and the gangbangers off the street tomorrow. Hang up a sign that says $50,000 a year jobs with benefits, as well as a house purchase stipend, a house purchase scholarship. They lay them drugs down as fast as you can. You won't get everybody, but you'll get most of them. The reason our children don't pay no attention to us, we have nothing for them. Pay attention to you for what? You got a job for me? You got a home for my kids? You have nothing but a speech. And because of that, they don't listen to us. Economics and education. You go nowhere without economics and education. You need economics to train the youth. You need education to train the youth, and you need economics to provide an opportunity for the adults. When you can feed a person, they will be loyal to you. And if you can't feed them, you'll never have their loyalty.
Now, Dr. Umar, we must bring our show to a close, but we appreciate you coming on our panel with us, man. We really appreciate it. Anytime in the past, I've reached out to you, man. You always been available. I found my Baba out here in Houston because of you, man. I started looking into Ifa, and I found my Baba Obafemi Ifeanyi here in Houston. MLK. But
Let me give the people the donation information if I can.
yes, sir. Tell the people how can they
Make
get
sure
to you,
y'all
what you
donate.
got going on, and what you got coming up.
Yes, sir. FDMG Academy, brothers and sisters, we are at the finish line, just about the finish line, 99% completed. The Marcus Garvey Elementary School of the FDMG campus, your school, my school, our school. Please continue to donate so we can get across the finish line. Get on your Cash App, $FDMG School. Get on your Cash App, $FDMG School. For my international Africans and PayPal users, FDMG Academy on PayPal, FDMG School on Cash App. You can also mail, check or money order payable to FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. All that information is also on my website, drumarjohnson.com. If you want to work or volunteer at the school, please send your resume to fdmgresumes@gmail. I repeat, fdmgresumes@gmail.com. You must include a photo and you must include a cover letter. Who are you and why do you want to work at this school? If you need to reach me directly for life coaching, consultations, you need help with your autistic kid, your ED kid, your ADHD kid, your emotionally disturbed kid, your intellectually disabled kid, your deaf kid, your blind kid, your speech kid, you got issues with mental health or education, you can text me directly to schedule consultation at 215-989-9858. That is 215-989-9858. Next Thursday, Kwanzaa Thursday, the 29th, I will be giving a free lecture in Washington, D.C., Chocolate City, at the Thurgood Marshall Center, where the most honorable Marcus Garvey once spoke and where Thurgood Marshall once used for his office. Please join us at the Thurgood Marshall Center Thursday the 29th of December. And then the next day, I'm at the Bronx Kwanzaa lecture on Friday, December the 30th at St. Helena's Church in the Bronx. St. Helena's lecture is $10 donation for the sisters putting that together, but the DC lecture is absolutely free. To my brothers and sisters on the mother continent of Ghana, I should be there on January the 3rd, bringing in the new year, speaking at the University of Ghana, East Legon campus. I also have St. Louis coming up. I have Pittsburgh coming up, Pleasantville, New Jersey coming up, St. Louis coming up, Baltimore coming up, and a few other places coming up. But anybody need that information, Dr. Umar Johnson at yahoo.com or 215-989-9858. And you can subscribe to my video on demand platform, drumar.tv, www.drumar.tv.
We appreciate you, Doc. For everybody, make sure you like, subscribe, share, comment. Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. I'm your guy, T Swin. I got some transportation music coming out, man. You can find my music at tswin.herenow.com. Good, clean, positive music for the drivers out there in the transportation field. B. Hudson, let's hear it.
What's up, DC1? Shout out, thank you, Dr. Umar, for coming on, man. I really
Appreciate
enjoyed the podcast. You said a lot of positive things, and I hope the community really take hold of what he's saying. There's a lot of truth to what he's saying. It's real. It hits you in the chest, but it's real, and it's the truth, man. So it's time for us to pay attention to this. And black man, let's do what we got to do, man. It's time to stand up, man. It's time. Our children do need us. He's not lying. They need us. You know, when we take us away from home, that's a big negative. So they need us. But shout out to all the brothers. Y'all can check me out. TikTok, everyone just put in the LDC music, same thing, got music coming out, and shout out to all the men and women out there, man.
Powerful.
Steve-O.
Yes, y'all can definitely reach out to me if you need any help, solutions, guidance, mentoring, counseling, security-wise, family-wise. Protect yourselves, protect your community, protect your neighborhoods, protect your life, because your life is important. And what we heard tonight, not only if your life is important, but the life that you leave after you is important. That is your children. The children is the future, the generation. And if we don't have our children and we don't respect and love our children, we have no tomorrow. So it's important that we protect our children, that we love our children, and we protect our communities. And the best way to protect yourself is with CPIIA in position and in operation now, that you can get help anywhere at any given time, 24 hours, 7 days a week, anywhere in this nation. And this CPIIA Citizens and Police Immediate Interactive Assistance, you can type and text CPIIA at 409-444 3524, and you will get the help and the consultation that you need, and you'll get the protection you need for you and your family.
Yes, sir.
And I'm Jay Bean. This your average Joe. I really don't have nothing for his time. I like to shout out CTR Media Network. That's who brought us all together. And once again, I'd like to thank the doctor.
Appreciate it, fellas. Great comments.
All right, sir. Man, hope to have you back, man, in the neighborhood.
Anytime.
Thank you so much, bro. And that's it for the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. We'll catch you guys next week.
All right. Be blessed, fellas.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself. Your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental the line.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car.
This is Alethea Tucker. I should say Dr. Alethea Tucker, and she is listening to the podcast on CTR Media Network. That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast.
We got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Y'all got a purpose in their life. While we on this earth, find your dedicated life. Don't listen to these haters and backstabbing neighbors. Fake friends and family with snakeskin layers. Take that vision that's up on your board and put it in your prayers. Get yourself up out the bleachers in the game and be a player. Take them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel. If you really want to win, my friend, then keep truck.
Hello there. My name is Tiffany Bell, and I am with Nonprofit CEO. I specialize in helping nonprofits to grow. I had the honor and pleasure of connecting with Tina Ramsay last year through the Success Women's Conference. Since then, I've appeared on her show several times. And as a result of that, I have really been able to connect to some really great entrepreneurs and nonprofit professionals that are part of her network. So for those of you who are not aware, Tina is a certified VCM coach. Now, when I first heard that, I was like, VCM, what does that stand for? But once she explained it to me, I was like, oh, it makes perfect sense. So for anybody that knows Tina, she's all about visibility. She's all about connection, and she's all about helping people create a source of income through monetization. And so again, Tina is just really good at what she does. If you've not connected with Tina, if you've seen her show or heard her podcast and you're thinking about connecting with her, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. As a result of my connections with Tina, she has helped me with recruitment of speakers for my upcoming event. She's also helped me to recruit several authors for a few of the book projects that I have had the opportunity to produce in this past year. And all in all, Tina's just a really great person, that she's genuine in helping entrepreneurs in reaching their goals. So again, if you have not connected with Tina, be sure that you do. The Tina Ramsay Show is definitely a great venue for you to connect with other entrepreneurs, to connect with other individuals that are going to be interested in your service or your project. This is Tiffany Bell. Again, you are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsay Show, and I look forward to being able to connect with you again.
Hello, everyone. Hello. You're not even going to believe this. How is everyone? Welcome to the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast. Welcome. Come on in. Just want to let you know you can support me by sending stars. Stars help me earn money to make more content. So come on in. I want to welcome you all to the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast, where we inspire, encourage, and empower people to live a healthier lifestyle. So, thank you all for tuning in. I just want to let you know that this is my second time recording this, because I forgot to hit the record button. So this will be my second time doing doing this presentation, but it is what it is. You know, we all do our things. So I'm Anna. I am a retired school teacher. And my mission in life is to inspire, encourage, and empower people to live a healthier lifestyle. So I am on here today to tell to you a little bit about New Year's resolutions. So I talked to you, this is my third recording for the year. And I talked to you about setting a mindset. And your mindset is very, very important. It helps you live a better life.
And we want to try to have a positive mindset in life. So that's what basically we want to do. And I want to try to help you do that while I'm also helping myself as well. So I'm all about self-care. And so at the start of a new year is the perfect time to turn a new page, which is probably why so many people make New Year's resolutions. The new year often feels like a fresh start and a great opportunity to change bad habits and establish a new routine. Also, it's going to help you grow psychologically, emotionally, socially, physically, and intellectually. Now, of course, resolutions are not easy. And it's easy to make them, but it's hard to accomplish them. And so that's why by the end of March, most people have forgotten all about their resolutions. And so my job here this evening is what I figured is to help you to keep your resolutions that you have made. So I did do a little presentation here. If I can pull it up, let's see. Okay. How to keep your New Year's resolutions. And so the first thing, this was my agenda that you cannot see, but it does say introduction here. I don't know why it's not showing. And then the second thing that I'm going to be talking about is the 10 tips on how to keep your resolutions. And then I'm going to take that and I am going to relate it to preschool, school age, teenagers, and families in as far as resolutions. So what is a resolution? Well, a resolution is a promise or something different, that you're going to do something different in order to improve your life. And that's what we're all about, is improving our life. It's also a resolve to change, but it's also to improve your life as well. I dropped my paper here. So with that being said, why do we make resolutions? Why do we make resolutions? Well, a series of studies into what researchers have dubbed the first fresh start effect has looked at how temperamental landmarks can motivate aspirational behavior. So the new year feels like a new beginning, which is why so many people often do resolutions during this time. While this practice can sometimes lead people to bite off more than what they can chew, going after resolutions can also present great opportunities to overcome struggles with willpower, determination, and integrity. Perception of the success of these resolutions vary. In one study, however, only around 12% of the people who made New Year's resolutions felt that they were successful in achieving their goals. Some of the most common resolutions include, so let me show you some of them. My light was off, Lord Jesus. All right, so these are some of the common ones. Losing weight, sticking to a healthier diet, exercising regularly, making better financial choices, quit smoking, spend more time with family. Do you see any of those up there that maybe you have done? I see a couple of those up there. Really, I see quite a few up there that I do quite a few of those. So, but these are the common ones that people use every year. Every year, these are mostly the top ones that people select to do. So while many people feel that they don't achieve their resolution goal, one study shows that those who set New Year's resolutions are 10 times more likely to actually change their behavior than people who don't make them those yearly goals. So how long do resolutions last? While most surveys suggest that the majority of the people don't stick with the New Year's resolutions for long, one 2020 study found that 55% of the participants considered themselves successful at sustaining resolutions after a year. In that study, researchers found that people were more successful at reaching or keeping approachable oriented goals as opposed to avoidance oriented goals. So one of the approachable goals is like changing a habit, like changing your eating or sleeping habit. However, the avoidance oriented ones, you're motivated by a desire to avoid something, okay? So even if resolutions don't always stick, that doesn't mean that resolutions aren't worth making. So one survey conducted by YouGov found that people who plan to make New Year's resolutions were more optimistic about the future. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. So let me go on. So this is CTR. This is my sponsor. They're telling me hello. Isn't that wonderful? But anyway, she says that she loves this show. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm trying to give out pertinent information to my constituents. So here we go again. Those are the common things. So now I want to give you 10 tips to keep your resolutions. Okay. So, and I'm gonna kind of expound on it a little bit for you. So these are things that you should do. You want to choose a specific goal. Now, most of the time when people choose a New Year's resolution, they might choose 10, 5, 10, sometimes 20 goals. No. We're only going to choose a specific goal. You want to limit your resolutions. Okay. So maybe 1 or 2 that you can kind of focus on one at a time. You got to do that focusing one at a time. And then you've got to put in time into planning. Plan. Okay. You've got to put into the time for planning for you to make that goal. It has to be planned. Don't wait until the last minute to choose your goal. Picking wisely and putting extensive planning are essential parts of achieving any goal. Experts suggest that you brainstorm how you will tackle a major behavior change, including the steps you will take and why you want to do it, and the ways to keep yourself on track. So make a detailed plan. Write it down. Writing it down can help you stick to your goal. This is critical. It's critical. For one thing, it allows you to consider what tactics you will use when you're faced with challenges. When things get difficult, what strategies will you use to stay on the path toward making your resolution a reality? And you are going to get challenges. Okay? It's going to be there. So you need to reflect. And the next thing is to start with small steps. So, excuse me, to reach your goal. Oh, hello, Boss Life Online. Hello. Thank you for joining me. But you want to start with small steps, okay? And really and truly, these small steps are really your objectives, okay? These small steps is going to help you get to the end of the road of that objective that you want to do. You want to take little bitty steps, okay? So, although it might seem like a slow start, these small increments change to make it easier for you to stick to your new healthy habits and increase the likelihood of long-term success. Now, the next one is avoid repeating past failures. So you want to, you want to avoid repeating past failures. So you want to look at that resolution. And if you're going to keep that same resolution, then you need to reevaluate it. Okay? Listen to me. So if you're going to use the same resolution, you don't want to make the same mistake. If it didn't work the last time, then you've got to look at it a different way this time. Okay? You've got to look at it. Hello? You have got to look at it a different way. So, which strategies were effective and which were least effective? Based upon that, then you've got to make that goal a little more feasible, or you need to change it so that you'll be more likely to see results. Okay. Hi, Gio. How are you? Thank you so much for coming on and giving me some support. So then the next thing is you want to renew your motivation. Renew your motivation. You want to feel confident and highly motivated to reach that goal. Because if you don't, then you're not going to make that change to reach that goal. You're going to be dragging. So you've got to renew your motivation for that goal. And remember that change is a process. It's not easy. Change is something that is not easy. So I always use myself. Yeah, baby steps. You're right. So Gio says baby steps is what I said. Yes, renew your motivation. Don't give up. Learn and adapt. You want to learn and adapt because challenges are going to hit you. It's life. Life is full of challenges. And you can also keep a journal, a resolution journal. Now, I don't know if any of you follow me, but I have what is called a jar, a drawer jar. And it's just a mason jar. But I saw this and I said, I'm going to do this. Okay. And what I do is it's done weekly. I figure, oh my God, I can at least put one little thing in here for a week. Okay. So I take the jar, it's just a jar, and I take a little piece of paper, and at the end of the week, I write something that happened to me that brought me joy, and I stick it in that jar. So at the end of the year, I should have 52 notes in that jar. And so I want to, at the end of the year, I'm going to read it, because sometimes you forget about your joys and your goals and stuff like that. So just keep on working on your goals and do a journal. Now, I'm not basically doing a journal, but I'm doing a joy jar, which is, you can do either way, however you want to do or keep up. But when you go back and look at that, you're going to be just so amazed at all of the joys that you have had through the year. And plus, it'll make you feel so much better. And you'll see all of your blessings and, all of those things as well. So just remember that. So this is a healthy New Year resolution for kids. I usually start right here. This is where I would like to show my commercial. I'm new at this, so just bear with me. I'm going to share my screen in just a few moments. I want to show you. This is one of my sponsors that has really helped me a lot in my business. So I want to share on my screen. Eventually, I guess I'll be a little bit better at this. But here we go. Share this, and this is what I'm going to hear.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Okay. I'm getting better. Oh, I love to journal too. I really love to journal. It really helps, and it gives you a good reflection, and it makes you see the positive things that is happening in your life. It really does. So thank you for those comments. So let's get back to the healthy New Year's resolutions for children, for kids. So I wanted to, because I am a preschool teacher, I am a retired school teacher, and my degree was in early childhood education. So I do have a degree in early childhood education, a master's in early childhood education, plus I have an administration degree with a lot of hours. But the babies was my thing. I love the babies. And so it's important to me that we start at an early age teaching our children how to do resolutions. And so when we look at a resolution, we want to set SMART goals. And by SMART goals, I mean we want those goals to be specific. We want those goals to be measurable. We want those goals to be achievable. We want those goals to be relevant. And we want those goals to be time bound. So when we set our goals. So with that being said, I came up with, well, I'm giving everyone maybe 5 goals in each of the areas that maybe you can discuss with your child if you have a preschool child. Now, a preschool child is ages 3 through 5. And even though they're that young age, you are not going to get them to do a long-term goal. Okay, so that's out. But this is a good time to start with your child in setting short-term goals with this age group. It's a start. So you want to start getting them to think about little goals. And these are some of them. And they can monitor these goals themselves. You can put a chart up and give them some stickers, and they'll be sticker happy. So I will clean up my toys at the end of the day before bedtime. And maybe you and the child can come up with maybe a solution or something, or a reward, or however you want to do it. But these are great ideas or suggestions. I mean, it's only 5 here. There's many more that you could, but you need to discuss them with your child. And 2 is I will wash my hands after going to the bathroom and before eating. I brush my teeth twice a day, once after breakfast and again before I go to sleep. Number 4, I will try all the food on my plate, even if it's just one bite. And I know these are sounding familiar to you because most of the time we fuss, that food on the plate, I will work on my letters at least 5 minutes a day. Or it could be letters and numbers. It could be shapes. It could be whatever you want it to be. But a preschooler can set resolutions. So work with them as well. Now let's look at the school age, because the school age is anywhere from kindergarten through middle school. That's the middle school. It's a rough age, y'all. But they think they grown, but they still babies. Okay, they want to be grown. But I will always wear a helmet when bicycling. I will buckle my seatbelt every time I get in the car. I will read at least 1 book per month. I will turn off electronic devices like tablets, the television, video games at least 30 minutes before bed. And I will find a sport that I can do 3 times a week. Now, by sports, it can be anything. It could be basketball, football. For the girls, it could be dancing, ballet, things like that. But what this is doing, number 5 is doing, is really getting them geared to exercise, to be able to exercise throughout their life. It's preparing them for that. And then let's look at the teenagers. Now, let me tell you this about the teenagers. Now, we all know the teenagers probably can do their own resolutions. But it is all, however, they do still need some guidance, because you want that teenager to set a realistic goal, okay? And so it helps for you to talk to them as well, because it's a bonding time for you. And plus, you get to know what's important to them. So, but these are some suggestions. I would eat at least 1 fruit and vegetable every day. I will help out my community through volunteering or working with community groups. I will wipe negative self-talk out of my vocabulary. I'm very adamant about that. We want to talk to ourselves in a positive manner, not a negative manner. We want to look at ourselves as positive, not negative. So whatever we say about ourselves as negative, we're going to switch that around and we're going to make it a positive self-talk. We want to talk to ourselves good. I will start a savings account and work on putting away a certain amount each month. I won't check social media notifications after I go to bed. You know, that's a hard one. It's probably hard for all of us adults as well. But we need to kind of like get into, you know, the practice of doing that. And then let's look at the family, because, you know, a family, when you do family resolutions, you want to include the kids in it. They should be a part of the family, the whole family's resolution. So these are some of the things that you all can come up with, maybe just some suggestions. We will limit fast food to twice per month or less. And, you know, we all are guilty of the fast food. I'm just telling you, just now in my old age, I'm kind of getting out of the fast food because you're busy. You know, you can go there, you can grab it real quick. But I had to learn that I got a crock pot. You know, I would prepare my meals before, so when I got home, they would already be ready. So we have to get into that mindset. We will add at least one fresh fruit snack to our daily routine, which is a good habit. You get that fiber, you need it. We will spend 30 minutes playing together every weeknight. 30 minutes is not a lot of time, but, you know, it's not about the amount of time, but it's the quality of time that you have with your family. And so at least 30 minutes playing together. And so if the weather is bad, you can play an active game indoors. You want to share a meal together 4 times a week, and do not use your cell phone. You want to talk. You want to hold conversation. You want to talk about your day. You want to talk about their day. You want to get them into talking. You want to communicate. And then maybe on Sundays or whatever day you all have a bond and enjoy quality time together. My family was during the holidays. That was when we got together and played board games. Everybody was off, and we usually was at someone's home for dinner or something like that, or breakfast, or whatever the occasion was. And we would get together. We play games. Sometimes we play Monopoly, Siren, Candyland, spades, Jim Rummy, Crazy Eights. We played games. You know, that was part of our thing as well. So I do want to just say this, that even though we all set realistic and carefully planned resolutions, don't always work out the way we hope. Now, let's be honest. If outside factors get in the way of your child's goal, you can use that experience to teach them flexibility. Learning to adapt and pivot when life throws us a curveball is a fundamental aspect of building resistance or resilience, perseverance. Turn disappointments into teachable moments and help your child navigate their own New Year's resolution. So last week, I showed you, well, I didn't show you, I let you listen to a video of, her name was Aspen, And she gave us a summary of goals and objectives. And so even though you listen to her, today I want you to see her. I'm going to try to share my screen again. And because she has a very powerful message, and she is so convincing. Just hold on one moment. Let me get to my clip here, because I'm not, okay, let me see here.
So, you have a goal.
Let me
You
share.
want to achieve something? You have big dreams you want to
Okay, wait a minute.
That's great. But here's the bad news. Did you know that 92% of people never achieve their goal? Perhaps most people never learn to set goals the right way in the first place. Well, you're in luck, because today I'm here to help you do just that. I'm Aspen, this is Rocky Kids, and let's get this started. So, you have a goal. That's awesome. So, go out there and start working hard on achieving that goal. In theory, that sounds good. But in reality, that doesn't always work out so well. There's a reason most successful people begin with a plan. You can't just build a house without a plan. You can't just build a successful business without a plan. And you certainly can't achieve a goal without a plan. Before I give you 4 proven steps to ensure that you reach that goal, I must say that learning to set a plan for your goals can help as you grow from a little you to a big you. Goal setting is a skill, and it's something we must learn. It teaches us to take responsibility for our behaviors. It promotes a can-do attitude, and it forms a powerful, lifelong habit of achieving the things we want. Sounds pretty good, right? Now that we have that out of the way, here are 4 proven steps you can take to reach your goals. Number 1, choose your big goal. What is that one thing you want to achieve? If you knew you wouldn't fail, what would you set your sights on? Think big. This is your goal. This is your vision. You have to know where you're going. So choose your big goal. Number 2, what's the purpose of that goal? I think a better way of saying this is, why do you want to achieve this goal? How can it help others? How can it help you? If you don't have a true reason for why you want to do something, then what's the point of even doing it? This is no different when it comes to our goals. If there is no real purpose for wanting to achieve it, it most likely will never happen. Have a purpose, and when you get stuck, come back to your purpose. Number 3, break it down into smaller steps. Use a goal ladder. At the top of the ladder is the big goal, and each rung on the ladder are the smaller steps required to get to the top. One step leads to the next, and when we have smaller steps along the way, it's much easier to measure our progress. Make these steps very specific, and use the 3 W's to help define each step. Who can help? What do I need to do? And when do I need to do it? Small steps are the key to reaching your goal. Number 4, what are the obstacles? Here's what most people never think about. And when it gets hard or they can't see reaching that next step, they give up. But we need to plan for the obstacles. We need to plan for the hard stuff. What can stand in your way of achieving your big goal? And when that happens, what are you going to do about it? What negative thoughts might you have along the way? How can you use positive self-talk to overcome these obstacles? What about perseverance and grit? Do you have what it takes? Do you want it bad enough? Think about the obstacles that can stand in your way and how you can overcome them. Here's a bonus tip. Write it down and monitor your progress. By writing it down, you are 42% more likely to achieve your goals. And by monitoring where you are, you can see what you are doing right, which encourages you to continue on your track. By seeing where you can improve, you can make adjustments and continue towards reaching your goal. Reaching our goals is never easy. It takes a lot of hard work, and we have to take massive action. But always take a look at that ladder and see how far you've come. Congratulate and reward yourself along the way. And just think about how it will feel when you finally do reach that goal. What is your big goal? Let us know by commenting on this video. We would love to hear from you. Don't forget to
Isn't she awesome? She is an awesome little that well. She explains it so well. Is she? I don't know how old she is, but I always say you can learn from children, and so she really summarized that very well. I felt, and I wanted people to see that as well. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I want to thank CTR Media Network and Sweet Listings Dessert for all occasions. And I do, let me see if I don't think I have another slide. If you want to get in touch with me, let me show you. This is my YouTube channel. I would like for you to please go and subscribe to my YouTube channel as well. And I am also on Facebook. This is my Facebook. And if you need to reach me, you can reach me at lacine1@gmail.com. I do want to take this time to let you know that I am seeking guests for my podcast. It is free to come on. I am taking donations, however, and I do have sponsorship. So if you are interested in that, please email me and we can get together and talk. So I want to thank everyone for coming on, and I apologize. I forgot to hit the record button the first time that I did it. Oh, thank you so much. Gio Monroe says, thank you for a great show. Also, she is saying that she's family. We are family. I love CTR Media Network and the group. They have brought so much joy. I don't even want to, because I make me start crying. But you all have a great thing, and I'll see you next Wednesday. I think it's going to be on planning. We're going to start planning for our meals. Have a great one, and thank you again. Bye-bye.
We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com.
Thank you so much, CTR Media Network, Dr. Tina Ramsey, along with the staff of CTR Media Network and all of the podcasters that have programs featured on CTR Media Network. I'm Kim Jacobs, the host of The Kim Jacobs Show, and we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. It is such an honor and a privilege to be able to be associated with Dr. Tina Ramsey and her program with CTR Media Network. They go over and beyond the call of duty and do exceptionally well when it comes to the podcasters. I'm saying things that are like, ooh, mind-blowing. They are exceeding our expectations, and I cannot be more grateful and more thankful. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for all of your professionalism, your consideration, going the extra mile to make sure that your podcasters have what we need to be able to have a thriving program and to get exposed to over 350 million households, 46 countries. I am excited to be a
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and shit. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, and I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow live on the Tina Ramsey Show.
Are you still running the Derek? Oh, okay. Hello. I am so excited. We are at the Authors All-Star Conference. Yay. And I am so excited because we will be interviewing authors. And I have my first one here. And she's not only an author, but she is going to be one of our podcasters. Yay! I'm so excited. I have with me today Miss LaShawn Carter. How are you today?
I am fabulous. Thank you for having me.
You are beautiful. And I am so excited to be able to talk to you today. Because you've got a lot going on.
Girl, tell me about it.
I mean, a lot going on. So what I want you to do is introduce yourself to our audience and tell them a little bit about you. And then we're going to take it from there.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is LaShawn Carter. I am the proud owner of the Education Station in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where we sell educational material and affordable material at that. I'm also the proud owner of Tiny Tigers Learning Center, the #1 child care in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So I am just excited to be here at the All-Star Authors event. Yes. And I am a best-selling author. Woo, 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 woo. Yes. So I collaborated with a bunch of other successful childcare owners to jumpstart your childcare and get to them millions, baby. So get that book, go to Amazon and purchase your copy today.
That is awesome. And you know, childcare is so important. And parents being involved in their children's lives, particularly at that age, that is so important. And we're going to talk a little more about that. So you have education. Tell us about it.
So the education station was actually formed with my daughter and my great niece. They was playing in my living room with some arts and crafts, and I was during the pandemic, and I said, you know what can I bring to the community where kids can still learn from their home? Because at that time, you know, schools was shut down. So
How y'all doing tonight? I'm getting ready to sign off and come back on, and we're gonna have us a good little time. See you in a moment.